Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Friday, July the 22nd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can see my screen and hear me. Thank you. Guys, just as I'm opening this room, GEVO is popping here. GEVO. GEVO is popping. Signs a sustainable aviation fuel sales agreement with American Airlines for 100 million gallons per year for 5 years. So there is your news for GEVO. GEVO just popped up here, GEVO. And this is what I'm talking about. That literally hit, I guess, right at 9 o'clock. Okay, so there's your news for GEVO. And this is not a low float, 227 million in the float. So it's certainly not a low float situation, but it's an eye-catching press release, obviously. And let's take a look left. The next high is 411, I believe. 317. So it's right at that next high over here on the daily chart. After that, we've got 411. So has some room, but that is a big float. So remains to be seen how much more it can move based on that float. Now, what else is happening? Lots is happening. Snap just getting clobbered this morning on earnings and dragging down. What's dragging down Pinterest anyway? PINS and some of the other social media stocks. If they all disappeared, who cares, right? Sorry, I mean what? Anyway, Snap is dragging these. So Snap is down, getting close to an all-time low. You know, PINS, if it wants to keep moving, has actually more room underneath. When you look at it, there it is at 1922. The next low underneath is 1838. So it's got about $1, to the next low. Weave, W-E-A-V, gapping up. I do not see, other than Piper Sandler maintaining Weave with a $4 price target, so big deal. I don't see any other news for Weave. Weave has some news though. It's a very low float. When I say news, some room. 489 and then 542. So just trying to see if there's any other news. And Dak, I don't know if Dak's in the room yet, but I know he was looking at SDIG as a potential. I don't think he did swing it, but there's SDIG. This was a couple of days ago he was looking at doing it. SDIG, so it's a Bitcoin or crypto play, and it is doing well. I mean, it's doing really well now. Lots and lots of volume. And when you look left, you can't see anything on the daily chart. When you look on the weekly chart, the next, what are we at? 386. So the next time the weekly chart looks like that's about 4. So there could be a lot of resistance between here and 4. If we can ever make it through all this though, I mean, you've got 9 up here, but that's a few months ago. So in that vein, APLD, which is the one I sort of pseudo swung. So crypto is, I guess they're having a bit of a pop again today. Here's APLD. Well, I'm going to stick an alert at 297 and see if it takes it out later on. If it takes it out later on, then the next highs are 331. So we'll see. See if crypto. Let's take a look at BITO, which is fading just a little bit. It's fading a little bit off those highs, pre-market high, just a little bit though. Haywire, HAYW. No, it's not. I know it's not Haywire. Before somebody says, hey, it's Hayward, I just give it a cute name, okay? Anyway, I don't understand this. I don't quite understand this, guys, because it says it's down $1.23 on 3 million shares. This is like it's almost stuck from yesterday. I don't see any It looks like we're closed yesterday. Let me just see something here. Yeah, I've got the pre and post market. So I don't understand this one. This looks like it's stuck at yesterday. So forget about that. Dan, D-A-N. D-A-N. Don't see any news on it. It's not on there. July 29th is earnings. I don't see any specific news for it, but it has popped up. Lots of good volume. The next high looking left is 1729. So it's got a little bit of room, but up in this area is more like $1 to the next high. So I don't see any news on it. TKLF. TKLF. Trading higher after the company announced it will acquire Tokyo Lifestyle Limited for approximately $2.8 million. So Yoshitsu is trading higher. That's the news for it. TKLF, Japanese stock. I remember this one. Yeah, I remember this one. This was when I don't see too many Japanese IPOs. Anyway, this IPO'd disaster. I remember the day though, when I say disaster, they had no reason for being up the way it was. And then it fell back down to earth. So now starting to move a little bit, only 4.6 million in the float. I'm hearing apps. MAG, M-A-G, M-A-G, little gap up. So Oppenheimer has put a $23.50 price target, but they've reduced it from 28. So there you have it. I don't see any other news from MAG. Also an outperformed by National Bank. SLI, that was pretty active, I think late in the day yesterday. Had some bit of a move yesterday. SLI, lithium play out of Canada. My hometown, I think it's out of Vancouver. Yeah, out of Vancouver. So SLI is still, yeah, very active, up 11%, 166,000 shares, coming into maybe some resistance. So just looking at the daily chart. CYH, healthcare stock, CYH, moving higher. Don't see any. It is an earnings play. Sorry about that. So it is an earnings play. It is not an earnings play. It is going to be an earnings play, but it looks like they actually released after hours. We have on the 27th, July 27th, post market. It looks like they've already released. Yeah, so it says it beats Q2 earnings estimates, etc. And I'm going to have to pass that on to somebody. All right, let me continue here. Dan, did I mention Dan? D-A-N? I did. I couldn't see any reason for the pop. No reason for the pop. And now it's right back down. So there you go, guys. Don't forget about Dan, D-A-N. SLB, Schlumberger, SLB, SLB. Energy play, I guess, oil and gas export operations. So call this an energy play. Getting close to the 200. Well, I guess it's not that close. 200-day moving average is 37.18, so it's got a ways to go, but it is up on earnings. And again, our Bitcoin plays like Mara and Riot are up. Take a look at GME, guys. I was intrigued to see what was going to happen with GME this morning. So before you go, how could it be at $37? They did their one to four forward split yesterday. So that is the equivalent to about $153, okay, which is where it closed yesterday. The actual equivalent to where it closed would be 38.36. Okay, because it closed at 153.47. They did the one to four forward split. So this is a little bit above below yesterday's closing price, and that you can see it right there. I've never been a fan of GME ever, ever, ever. I think it's a bunch of nonsense. But you know what? If somehow this gets over, the that 39 level, I may take, a couple of 300 shares. I don't know, and just hold it and see what happens. And I'm talking a little longer term. That's not an advice for you to do it, but the way these memers could react to this, even though now, of course, there's 4 times the number of shares in the float. You just never know. So that is my potential plan for GME. And let's see what else is happening. SLB. So 912. Now let me do a quick look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning. I get this from briefing.com every morning. There you are. Whoa! Holy smokes. Guys, haven't seen this for a while. I'll show you what I'm talking about. So first of all, we only have a few upgrades. Give me a moment as I get the upgrades in. You guys might know what I'm going to display on the downgrades. Okay, here we go. So there are the downgrades. Let me just show you what I'm talking about. Give me a moment. Not seen this before, guys. Not so dramatically. Look at all the downgrades for Snap. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I can't even count that high. 15 downgrades or so for Snap. Oh. So when I first saw the list, I thought, man, that's a huge list, but more than probably half of it is all Snap. Wow. Keep an eye on Pinterest, really. I mean, Pinterest is down, sympathy play, PINS. I think it's got more room underneath when you look at the daily chart. I'm not saying it's going to get down to that low, but it's got about $1. Just a few more of these to go. Even Seagate's got a couple of downgrades. STX. All right, guys. Well, I thought the list was long, but I'd say half of it was part of all those Snap downgrades. Wow. Well, Snap is a little bit of a pop here, but take a look at pins though. PINS. Okay, it's having a little pop also. So what I'm going to do here in my races, just in case it doesn't make, my filters. I don't see why it wouldn't, but let me just put them in anyway. This is an, you don't have access to this yet. Just add symbols to your to the race, but you next, probably the next. Well, Meta is being affected also. All the social platforms are being affected. There's Meta down 5%. Home builder here, TMHC, is having a decent day. Again, it's not an earnings play. It's coming up next week. No, well, I don't know. I shouldn't say that, A-Trade. That is just a list. Okay, so I don't have no details from it. It's just literally, if you saw what I was displaying, it's just a list. I'd have to take a look at every one of them and maybe go to the actual analyst itself, but I don't see anything. I don't see any price targets on them. But I mean, it's almost an all-time low. I mean, it's getting closer and closer. So Twitter, yeah, I mean, Twitter had earnings also, but did not get absolutely thumped. Okay, I mean, it's down, yeah, it's down 1%. Twitter, I'm sorry, Twitter had earnings last week. No, I'm right. I keep forgetting. Today is the 22nd. So Twitter did have earnings in the pre-market, all right, but it's not getting thumped. And I guess, maybe they're still thinking that either A, Elon's going to have to do the deal, or if he doesn't, they're going to get billions from him. That's all I can think of because, it's not like they had this is the earnings report, reports surprising drop in revenue. So we're in for a basically flat open. I'm looking at the SPY right now, basically a flat open. Nothing's really happening. So let's just take a quick look to see what's happening with their major sectors. Let me get rid of this. Again, this is what I use in the pre-market, guys. I'm sharing this. It's not in the docked version. These are individual scans. The pre-market actives up and down, gap ups and gap downs. The reason I don't share the dock, a lot of people don't care about the ones that are moving down. Okay, so that's why. So you can pick and choose which ones you want out of these. Not this one. This is just something I've carried over for years and years. I really don't look at it that much. It's just the ones that are at least down $1 or up $1. But these two right there, the pre-market actives up and actives down, these are my absolute go-to scans that I use in the pre-market. The gap up and gap down, these are alerts, so I can get actually it read out to me. Okay, so but this is really, really, but you know, for SDIG for me to hear SDIG again, it's going to have to make a new high. As an example, apps will have to make a new low. So let me take a look at the sectors now. Click on New from our toolbar. Click Dock Channel Bar. Click on the Show More and Sector Status. So I haven't checked the price of oil overnight or right now, so I don't know what the energy stocks are going to be doing. So, interesting, a mixed bag. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. This is XLE, the major ETF for energy. These stocks here make up XLE. So usually it's all or nothing. When I say that, it's basically 50-50. When you see 47.62% in green and 52.38% in red, usually it's all or nothing. Usually they're all 100% up or 100% down from yesterday's close. So that's what these percentages refer to. Now, 47% of these stocks are above yesterday's close and 52% are down. So there's really, there's really nothing earth-shattering here. It's usually, again, it's either all or nothing, 100% one way or the other. So you can kind of see that, I mean, well, I forget about utilities, but I'm just looking here, consumer staples, 90% are up from yesterday's close. But again, you can see right here in the sectors itself, excuse me, these sectors that we're looking at, it's 58% to 4 or 60, say 60 to 40, 60-40, the sectors themselves that are up or down from yesterday's close. So really nothing exciting happening when you look at the sectors right now. However, if I can remember, and I'll look at this maybe at 10 or 10:15, then we look at it in a completely different way. We look at the change from the open. So sectors that could be kind of beaten up a little bit from yesterday's close could be rallying from their first print of the day, their first trade of the day from the open. And as usual, guys, huge concentration on the races. This race right here. Okay. Totally committed to it now. Doesn't mean I don't have any other scans. I will have my 10-day daily breakout and downs. Okay. I will have these. Don't get too many alerts from them. And I will also keep an eye on Zach's bouncers and toppers. Don't usually get too many alerts from them, but 99% of my focus is looking at this race and basically what it's doing. This will populate more as the market opens, but this is a top list window. And so as stocks start moving up, when a race begins, when stocks start moving up in the list, I will see them moving up. You're going to see what I mean once the market opens. When I start this about 9:29, about 6 minutes from now, I'll start that race. And then I keep an eye on the ones that keep winning races over and over all day long. It forms a great watch list. TH guys, this TH is still pretty interesting. I mean, look what it's doing. It's just been kind of basing for the last, I guess 5 days or so. After it had it looks like about a week and a half run from 570 up to the 1244 mark. Now it's just kind of basing. That is TH. VS. Why do I think this is going to be less than $1? I knew it. I knew it. Yeah, guys, and this is what I'm talking about. SLV continues to move higher. I keep hearing it. CYH also. So we've got that. Yeah, we've got that wrong. Our provider had them. I don't know if it means that they just decided to release early, but this is an earnings play. CYH is an earnings play. We have it July the 27th, but I can confirm they released earnings today. Now, PJ, be a little bit humble. You cannot get into the Canadian fraternity if you have posts like that. I know, I know. TBLT though, yeah, but TBLT, this, I mean, but look at the action here. I mean, this is not an, an easy one to trade. I mean, look at the action here. This is after hours yesterday. Nice move. Opens here, was all the way back down to 5, and it's popped right back up to 6. I mean, these are pretty big percentage moves. So monkeypox, okay, let's take a look at SIGA, see if it's making any sort of move at all. SIGA, no, nope, so far no. So what I'm going to do, I think I deleted my alerts. I think I'm going to stick an alert up in this area here over 15 and see if it starts to really move again. You know what is sort of sliding away is AMC. AMC hit about a high of almost 19, 1837, not quite. So it's kind of sliding away here, guys. Well, with Snap, it looks like, I mean, most brokerages will have lots and lots of shorts available, so there could be some more downward pressure just from that aspect. 29 million shares available at Interactive Brokers as an example. But let's see if it takes out the low of the pre-market, which is 1084. That's where I'm going to stick my alert. More than likely, it's going to show up in the 10-day daily breakdown. The relative volume certainly is going to be high enough, I would think. Yeah, so your key number, Dwayne, is 3836 for GME. 3836. All right, where the heck is William? I'm going to start my races. All right, guys, so there's less than a minute, in fact, about 10 seconds before the market opens. So I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I may make an exception with the snap, depending what it does. Let's have a great end to this trading week, everybody. And I'll be following my races. And market actually is going to have a positive open now. Yeah, look at that. So the Dow is anyway. Nas is slightly down. SPY is, just barely up. All right, guys, Snap taking out 11 again. Yeah, if I'm gonna do this Snap early, it's gonna have to take out the pre-market low for me anyway, just for me. Yeah, now it's down 10%, over 10%. So that may be an issue, stocks are down 10%. The uptick rule will be in effect, but there's so many shorts available. I'd be surprised if if we don't get some kind of, wow, look at the market here, guys. Look at this big volume bar in the market. Getting closer, guys, to that pre-market low is Snap. Okay. Okay, guys, let's see how far. Now, I remember what happened with AT&T with me yesterday. I thought that was going to have an all day, that was going to be all day. It just didn't turn out that way. But with all those downgrades, all right, guys. Well, we've got a bit of a winner going here so far on the Snap short. You know what, though? I just don't trust it that it's going to. So I've taken some out in the 1060s. Now it's just popped up again. I just remember what happened with T yesterday that I thought might have a complete meltdown. So what I'm doing with this one right now, so I was able to short it at 1088. And I took some out in the 1060s. And that is a Snap. I'm just watching it right now. How's that TKLF doing? Whoa, look at the TKLF right off the bat, guys. TKLF, low float situation, 4.6 million in the float. The next high looking left, that won the race, 308. So this has got some room, a little bit of room. I'm just having to watch my short on, gets into the 1090s, I'll probably get out of it. And then I can always reshort it. Shoot. This is, again, the only exception I'm making now to the not trading in the first 15 minutes is something like this. But I was in the Snap short, so I couldn't pay as much attention to it. How's Pinterest doing? PINS? All right, guys. Well, Snap is now hitting the 10-day daily breakdown at 1060. Or some of us were in earlier. And there's FFIE 238. you were financing yesterday or something. This is shortable for me also. That Interactive Broker is not 115,000 shares, so that's something to look at also. Now, FFIE looks like there could be some support right where it is. Looks like. That 218 level, you look at the daily chart, you see all that action right around there. So it looks like there could be some support there. Like maybe not. I mean, look at it, FFIA, so maybe not. I mean, what's the low right here is 220, the low right there is 227. So it's kind of right there. So if you're looking for a potential bounce, I mean, you have to watch to see how that, in theory, how that support holds up. All right, guys, I'm out of my snap now. Okay, I may get back in it. Reminds me of tea, a little too much like tea yesterday. So the only way I'm going to get back in it though is if it takes out these lows. So I'm completely out of my snap short. So LMDX showing up in the race, and the next high looking left is 170. So if we could take out that 170, that would be pretty key, because I'm going to stick an alert in that area. This is how you can use the races and the price alerts, guys. Because if it does this, then if you look left, it's got some room. Boy, look at FFIE, sorry, FFIE. I did not take that short. And now they're none available. None available Interactive Brokers. They've been snapped up. I can always get back in. Zach, I can always get back in. How's Pinterest doing? PINS. Well, it's had a bit of a pop. Bit of a pop. The next low looking left is 1732, so it's still got some room, a lot of room actually, to the next low looking left. So if you think that Snap is going to move down, Pinterest could follow, sympathy play. Yeah, there's really nothing to explain. I mean, I get the alert and I'll hop on it early enough. I mean, Snap, I hopped on because it had all those downgrades, but understand that I was already short this. Okay, I was waiting for the pre-market break. Okay, so I was already short this, mainly because of 15 downgrades. Okay, the FFIE, in retrospect, I should have taken the short, but I thought there was too much support around that 224 mark. So I mean, there's no hard and fast rule how I play them. I certainly like them though when they're all-time lows. Keep an eye on the BBWI, guys. This is now breaking out. 10-day daily break out. 34.58 is the high. Next high looking left. PGY, and somebody said they took. I think Zach, you said you took this one on a whim. So there's PGY. This was a great one from 2 days ago. PGY. Low, that's not a low, well, it is a low float. I think somebody went to their filings and it looks like there's only about 1 million in the float. It's not 392 million. Okay, there's Snap now again. Oh, so you were talking about the breakout. It's the same thing. I mean, I usually like to wait, don't like to take them right away. But each one is different. All depends on how much room how much room does the stock have on the daily, weekly, monthly, etc. You know the drill on that. Market is just still mini rip mode. So the Dow is up, Nas is slightly down, and the SPY is up so far. All right, keep an eye on the TKLF. It's kind of basing here. They did have some news. It's an acquisition. It's a Japanese company. Did an IPO back here meaning January of this year. Did the crazy thing the first day or first couple of days. Shouldn't have been this high. Hardly anything in the float. So keep an eye. So when I say keep an eye, put a price alert. Put a price alert around 276. See if it takes it out. Again, what I'm really trying to teach here is using the races, the race scan. Over the course of the day, you're going to see that some stocks win races over and over and over again. Yeah, so I missed the boat, guys. I freely admit it. Well, there are no shorts available now, but look at the FFIE now. And why I didn't take the short? Because I thought that 222 mark might hold it up. Not even close. Not even close. And now there are no shorts available, Interactive Brokers. So all right, guys, CYH, which is an earnings play, even though we don't have it as an earnings play today. The next high looking left is 501. It's right there. The next high after that is 514. So again, that kind of prevents me from taking the trade. I just look and I say the daily chart. To me, it looks like there's just too much resistance between the current price and the area between here and the 520 mark. So I mean, I remember yesterday I looked at one. I started with the letter T. I can't remember it anymore. And the resistance area did not stop it at all. Just like the support area that I thought might hold up FFIE did not was not support at all. But I have to stick to what I see. Well, guys, I mean, the PGY is still not over. I mean, look, the next high looking left is 815 or so, but just be awfully careful if you take it. I wouldn't take too many shares because it can be incredibly whippy. So if you're going to have a stop, you better have a pretty wide stop. All right, this is pretty encouraging here for the TKLF. It is not a lot of profit taking yet. I mean, it's up 68%, so not a lot, but not a lot of profit taking yet. Zach mentioned CCRN on a bounce, obviously on a bounce. It probably came into your bounce play. I don't, again, I have that 20-minute delay, but obviously a great bounce if you took it in that area. VWAP, where's the VWAP here? That'd be sweet, yeah, 27.22. Yeah, the silver stocks are moving. I say P double, some of them anyway. PAAS. Mentioned one earlier. Actually, was showing up in the pre-market. MAG. It would show up in the races, except the volume is too low. So you see what's happening here, guys, in the races. So there hasn't been any multiple winners yet. And what you're seeing here, number 1, 2, 3, 4. Eventually you see all the way down to 10, 1 through 10. And the one in the number one position would be the stock that wins the most races during the day. And you can see, if you can sort of see that red tail, that red shaded area, that means that SDIG was up here, but it's pulled back as an example. GDXU, isn't that a gold? So that's the gold miners, yeah, 3-time gold miner ETF. So right now my number one focus is on that TKLF to see if it takes out the highs here. It had news, and if it can take out the highs, it's got some room. 308 is the next high. Not a ton of room. I wish there were more, but you never know with something. I mean, all traders are looking at is that what if you get back up to that 43 level? I mean, it's not going to. I'm not trying to say it's going to even come close to that. Yeah, the gold, precious metals are hot today, guys. KGC, I'm seeing another one as we speak anyway. Notice, okay, I see this RYTM as an example in red. That means that, yes, it's moving, but it's below the open. Now, I wonder how it's sneaking in here. That's because I added it. Oh, okay, cool, 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 cool. I know I'm sort of talking to myself, but now I'm sort of seeing the power of this add edit symbols. Whoa, now look at the, is this real? Is this going to be real? This SPY drop here. Look at the volume. Is this real? Sorry, guys, I was stuck. I was stuck at 9:15. Sorry. All right, we got a topping play now from Zach Scan, Chewy. Well, if depends, Colin. Did you take mine? Did you take it from my homepage? Zach Scans? Did you take this one from my homepage? Okay. So, I've said this a few times. I put a 20-minute delay on here. You don't have to. You can get rid of it. I just prefer to wait 20 minutes. and Zach's got 10 minutes. So I have, and what I mean by that is if I click on configure and summary, stocks where the alert occurred at least 20 minutes after the open. It's up to you if you want to make a change. I freely admit I'm going to miss some of the early ones, but I just found that, you get them and they would just bounce around too much. So that's just a personal preference. And I could probably change it to 15, but I got so many other things going on that it doesn't really bother me. Shoot, you're absolutely right with the PGY. I took my eye off it just for a second. Well, I don't know about this monkeypox, guys. All the news that's coming out, but look at Siga right now. I mean, it almost looks like another financing or something. But look at Siga right now. That's a big drop. No, as stated earlier, well, the day that PGY actually had its big lift, no, that's what our provider is giving to us, but somebody said they went into the filings and it's more like a million shares. So I got to point that out again to. Can somebody tell me where they found that information about maybe it's only about a million shares for PGY? No, before I nag at our guys and say, how come we have that? I have to kind of know where you're finding that information because somebody found it. Might have been Omni or. Well, guys, I mean, PGY, obviously, I mean, it could even take out that high there. If it does, that's an all-time high for it. So stick an alert, 8:15. You never know. Okay, that was, I think, impossible to get, right? I know it showed up on your bounce scan, but that looks like that was maybe a misleading bottoming tail, XPEV. Keep an eye on the TKLF, guys. I know I sort of nagging at this one, but I mean, it's really basing nicely. If it can take out the high there, it might have a shot. Not a huge amount to the next high, 308, but on a percentage basis, it wouldn't be too bad. And that's the TKLF. Was it you, Omni? Okay, it was somebody who came up with the float. They had to examine something somewhere regarding PGY. Before I complain to our guys, I have to have a basis for it. Let me even go to FinViz. I'll check FinViz. I wonder if we're just out, like we have millions and it should be thousands. Let me just do a check here. Yeah, so I mean, Finviz has the shares outstanding at 35 million, so that's the outstanding shares. And of course, that wouldn't be the float necessarily, but there's something wrong. I'm gonna. All right, guys. So I've just alerted. Okay, guys. Well, it popped up and it came right back down. TKLF. It popped up to that 276, and then it came right back down. So I'm going to reset my alert for TKLF. I mean, all traders are looking at is this craziness that happened a few months ago in January. Okay, that's all they're looking at. That might be the float. That might not be the float though, Doodle Dum. Finviz has the same number as the shares outstanding. I mean, it could be the float. Bottom line is, it's got to be less than the 360 million that we've got. So, Liquidia. Keep an eye on the LKDA. What sort of room does it have? It's got a little bit of room to $6, okay? I mean, yesterday's high was 560. The day before that, I'm sorry, yesterday's high was, yeah, 560. And the day before that was 560. So you can see that 560 was a bit of a barrier to get through. It is still above the 200-day moving average, which is 513, 510. Okay, so it's still a little bit above that. You can kind of see if it can take out 560, it may have some room to that sixth level. And that is the LKDA. It does say that's the latest float also. Okay, so not just the shares outstanding. Okay. Yeah, but other people actually doodled came up with some filing that said about 1 million. So and this is what Zach is talking about, Liquidia or Liquidia, depending on your native language. $15 a share, price target by Ladenburg Thalmann. I'm looking to maybe re-enter my snap short. As Zach says, it might be a nice all-dayer. I just missed the boat on the BGY though. I was looking at it in this area right here. And there's snap getting a little low again, I think. Look at the market now. Talk about topsy-turvy here, guys. Look at the market now. So the NAS is down, Dow's up a little, but basically flat. SPY's down a little. Yeah, what a terrible call you made on the TBLT, PJ. Listen to PJ, you said. You know I'm kidding. Holy smokes, PGY just made. Ah, God, I just missed it again. PGY. It's the first time since 2015 that I almost said the bad word. Somebody said, why don't you go live also? Why don't you put a little picture of yourself? And then, like, I know a lot of them do. There's no flipping way. First of all, who wants to stare at my mug all day long? And number two, my facial contortions would probably drive people from the room. So, no, dog isn't here usually. It's my cat right beside me all day long. Well, guys, there's the PGYF or PGY. One has won 3 races so far. So let's see if there's any sort of a pullback. But now it's an all-time high. So Doodle Dum, can you not see my screen? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Yeah, toddler. Yeah. If you can see my screen, you can see, what are winning the races. Now there's TBLT, there's PJ's, TBLT. And so it had to pull back and now it's starting to move again. But again, this is a whippy one. I mean, look the high in the pre-market was 653. Looked pretty good here, kind of basing, and then all of a sudden it goes all the way back down to almost 5, pops up. So you can see that TBLT is not an easy intraday trader anyway. You're never going to live it down. Never. So guys, for those of you who are somewhat interested in GME, Um, they did the forward split. So in case you gasp and say, "My goodness, what happened to a GME?" So they did their forward split, a 1 for 4. The equivalent to where it closed yesterday. It's about $1.29 under. That would be where I have it is at 38.36. 38.36. In fact, that red line right there, which is something you can put on your charts. That shows the close of the day before. Well, Doodle, if you are a Trade ID subscriber, why don't you just take it? Why don't you just load it onto your screen yourself? Go to my homepage, go to the scan section. Instead of having to necessarily watch it on my screen, okay, you can go to my scan section, my homepage, and it's called the race mode. And then you can have it yourself. Wow. And if you don't have trade ideas, if you're not a subscriber, I can't help you. All right, well, TKLF may not do what I want it to do, so but I'm going to reset my alert. Looks like obviously the absolute star was the PGY. I didn't even see this here, but this is also in the 10-day daily breakout. Look at that, 8:15 at 10:01, 8:15, 9:25 now. Again, I am sharing that scan. So even though you don't, but most of the things that I will see in the 10-day daily breakout will probably be in the races. And so the LMDX, as an example, I saw it did win a race earlier. I put a price alert at yesterday's high, which is about $1.64, because if it can take that out, it's got some room to the 2 level. The actual next high looking left is 227. So yeah, well, if my race PGY is won 4 times in mine. And depends on, of course, your time frame. I run the races every 4 minutes. Now, this is not shortable for me, so I know it's showing up on Zach's scan, the topping tail scan, but it is not shortable for me. So, boy, look at this market, crazy. I mean, look, it got up to 400, and then the big drop. Ah, boy, I have to bring up Stantec here. Means it's won the race twice, Cody. The number beside the symbol means how many races it's won. So in mine, PGY has won 4 races. TKLF has won 2 races. The rest are down to 1. This will be a top 10 list at the end of the day. And so the idea then is, especially the ones that win multiple times, follow them all day long. Wow. Okay, the 11th commandment, thou shalt not chase. Well, I mean, it's relevant in that it's won, a lot of races, Cody. I mean, it's obviously relevant. The more races a stock wins all day long. I mean, so at some point, PGY could pull back, right? PGY could pull back, and then it could start, moving higher again, and it could be winning a race. It doesn't have to be at the high of the day for a stock to win the race, of course. I mean, now it's won 5 races. Well, so much for the Bitcoin pop in the pre-market. BITO, let me take a look what it's doing. I mean, it's still mildly positive, but some of the Bitcoin plays, like SDIG looked like it was going to, yeah, I mean, look at this, got up to what, 397, down to 338. APLD, my guess is that Mara has also dropped. Yeah, Mara's dropped from the highs. So I don't know if there was any sort of Bitcoin specific news, crypto news, but Well, Snap is either in just rest mode. Well, it's in rest mode for sure. It's kind of resting around this area. My I have an alert set down here around, well, I have to reset it around 10:50. That might get me into a reshort of it. There's a liquidia or liquidia, depending on where you live in the world. Yeah, so it just took out those highs. Didn't take them out. They're at the highs of 2 days ago, yesterday and the day before. Okay, and this is a low, well, fairly low flow, 50 million, and it's got room to six. Not saying it's going to get to six, but it's got room to six. Well, that was yesterday, right? On the crypto news with Tesla. That's what caused a bit of a downturn. When Elon said he sold what 75% of his bitcoins. But that was the news from, yeah. But today, for some reason, it kind of popped, but now it's dropping again. So anyway, that's why I don't really like trading those. They're too emotional, too news driven. Ooh, the VRAX. Let's take a look at the VRAX. Yeah, this was the IPO from yesterday. So it got up to 20 yesterday or today. So it's been halted on the way up. All right, I'm going to keep watching this LQDA, see if we can take that 560 out again. Just kind of hanging around that area. I mean, again, so important. I mean, look at yesterday and the day before. Hit 560 both days. It tried, it got up to 569 briefly, but if it can take that 560 out again, it has, some room to the sixth level. Again, this is not a recommendation to buy it or anything. I'm just pointing out what I see. Are you kidding me on the TH? Shoot. Another one. I just lost sight of it, guys. I mean, there's no excuse really for me, but I was looking at this, all this here, this 1270 level. What's the volume like? Yeah, it should be showing up here. The volume's fine. So now what I'm going to do is, for whatever reason, it don't seem to have it. So I'm going to put it here. And this is a new feature. Not it's not available for you yet. So now what I'm waiting for is something that really has a nice big percentage move too. And remember, with the races, it's not a matter of waiting for the race to finish. I might have 4 minute races now. If you got a 1 minute race, fine. But I have 4 minute races. So as I see things starting to move, I'll click on the alert. This 1.32% could be on its way to 10%. I don't know. I don't know. Cody, I don't know what you're seeing, but PGY has won 5 times in my race. Okay, so I don't know what you're seeing. If when you're saying I only have one, PGY has won 5 races. I don't know. Maybe are you sure? Maybe you have to do a refresh. Well, I am talking to somebody in our YouTube room, but he's saying he only sees PGI like once, and I'm trying to say to him, it's won 5 races. That's why the five is behind it. Don't. You know that one is just the ranking. Okay, I think what. Okay, you see what you're doing, Cody. I have used this feature here, and you maybe not using the same feature. If I launch the real-time stock race, and then I use this, all right, I'm going to right click, show top 10 winners. Okay. Now you might be on clear race winners, when in which case you probably seeing PGY in a different way. I'm using the feature or the option show top 10 winners. Okay, that's what I want to see. These are my top 10 winners. Okay. But again, don't get hung up on it. I mean, PGY, if it's showing up multiple times on yours and you're not seeing it on mine, well, but PGY. And there goes the LQDA guys. Everything I share, and it's about 10, 20 right now, everything I share, guys, is sort of, I'll call it a template, a boilerplate, whatever. You can always make adjustments to it. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about, but I mean, I have certain price ranges that I like. I have certain minimum volumes that I like. I have certain things that I like. They may not be the same things you did or that you like. So the fact that, and I'm not talking to you, I'm not trying to, but talking down to you, Cody, I'm just talking in general. Like, don't get, like, people shouldn't get so hung up and they say, well, wait a minute, I loaded Barry's scan and it's not showing exactly the same thing. I wonder why. Maybe you've made a change to it that you weren't even aware of. It's possible I made a change, but these are boilerplates. And all I'm trying to do is give you my scans and you can see how they're working. And, for instance, and there it is also on the 10-day daily breakout. For instance, on my 10-day daily breakout, you might look at this and go, man, he's only got 3 alerts. He's only got 2 alerts on the 10-day daily breakdown. Well, that's because, I've got current volume is at least 8. That means it's got to be trading at least 8 times normal up to the point of the day, up to this current time. You may look at that and go, well, that's pretty tough. You're right. But that's the way I like it. You want to drop it to 4? Go ahead. You want to take it out completely? Go ahead. You will get more alerts. There's no question you'll get more alerts. But that's not what I want. I want fewer alerts in all of my alert windows and then concentrating on, look at this BGY. I'm gonna have to put myself on mute so I can scream. Yeah, but again, yeah, you're right. It's a baseline, and then you can, as you're using it, you might say, you know what, I like the concept, but maybe I'm going to make some changes. Maybe I like a different price range. You can make some change. Maybe add a filter in, take one out as you get used to using trade ideas. DAX slacking off again. Okay, guys, sorry. I am just talking to some people that trade ideas. Well, even though I wasn't able to take this trade because I got just distracted at that 670 mark. This is obviously going to be my trade that I'm going to focus on, and why I do this. My focus that when I do at noon, I pick one. It's not because look what I did. I'm great. I took this trade. I'll flat out say I didn't take the trade. What I'm really trying to draw people's attention to, though, is how you can use the races to your advantage. It's more just the technique, how you can identify strong stocks just using a simple race scan. So instead of having all sorts of different alert windows and top list windows that you're constantly monitoring and checking all day long, use the race scan. And I'm going to get into this right now. It's 10:23, so talking a little bit about trade ideas, etc. So first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is just going to get my homepage link. And there goes LQDA, guys. You're in it. Keep an eye on that 6 level. And look, I make no bones about it. I'm going to nag about racing. Okay, I am. The reason why is because it took me a long time to embrace it. What I'm finding with it now, though, it's not so much that it's identifying. It's making for me, it's just making my job a lot easier. Okay, when I say job, I'm not talking about talking to you guys. If I were just sitting alone trading and not moderating a trading room, it's again, I'm finding it so much easier just to focus on the one scan. Doesn't mean I don't have any other scan, but look how many alerts I get. Okay, I have 5 total alerts in the daily breakout and down. So it's not like it is distracting me at all. Okay. And so again, as a new trader, you can find trying to trade the market overwhelming. So if you pick something like this just to stare at, and then I'm not saying, if you're a new trader and you're just new to trade ideas, that you immediately just start trading, practice in our simulator, see what's happening, see how this, when the stock keeps winning a race over and over and over again, you got to pay attention to it. So welcome to the room. And my name is Barry, and again, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. My name is Barry Anderson, and yes, I do work for Trade Ideas. I always say that now because people ask, do you work for Trade Ideas? And yes, I do. And do I use anything else? No. In other words, do I use any other? I mean, I use Interactive Brokers for my headline news. I mean, but I have Interactive Brokers as my brokerage platform. But do I have any outside sources? I mean, other than the briefing.com that I use just to show the upgrades and downgrades. But I don't go outside Trade Ideas at all. Other than that, my charting is all Trade Ideas. Yeah, you can have 2 racing windows. We don't know what the limit is, Intel Trader. Right now, we don't know what the limit is. Okay, I actually have a couple, but you can I mean it's all based on your top list, as you know. But you can have probably at least 2, maybe 3. And I mean, in theory, you can have an infinite number, but I think it'll really bog down the system. We don't know yet because there's a lot of information that's coming in here. Okay. I know I've said this before. Once we get to this new server technology, etc., things will be so much smoother. You see how right now it looks all jumbled right on my screen? That is all going to be smoothed out. What I do periodically during the day is just do a reset connection. Okay. bit of a hassle, but the hassle is worth it for me to see these. Okay. So that makes sense. So you can have more than one race going, of course, but I just don't know how many. I probably wouldn't try, well, first of all, again, the focus should be, I wouldn't probably have more than two races because again, we're trying to get in my opinion anyway, for me, I'm just trying to focus on the one and that's it. Yeah, you see what happens here is just it's just sort of, it's just delaying somewhat. You know what I'm gonna do? I might have make sure that I haven't got a bunch of windows, show all my windows. All right, I'm just starting to delete some things. Yeah, I see Grove right up here. Low float. Look at Grove on the way. Now, here again, I don't know. It's just slowing down too much for me right now. All right, guys. Well, I continue my spiel. Okay, so I'll deal with this slight slowdown, my own terms. Um, Let me get my homepage in again. All right, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find. So obviously a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. Here's a promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Okay, guys, Snap is right at that 1050 mark again. You can click on Get Trade Ideas. And we have 4 plans. We have an annual monthly premium standard. So the annual premium is 2,000. Standard annual is 1,000, less the 15% for each one of them. The big difference is the AI. I'll show you the AI in a bit. I'll just give you a glimpse of it. So AI said to short APLD, suggested short at 246. Shorts available. Yeah, they're not available for me at Interactive Brokers, and I don't know if they're available at E-Trade. Well, okay, I'm going to try to answer this question. When a stock wins multiple, I mean, yeah, this is where, of course, trading, some trading experience comes in. I mean, if PGY, for instance, moved down to a certain level, maybe it started to base, it starts to move down to, I don't know. I mean, I pick a number 950 and it starts to base and then it pops. This is, I'm not, I don't want to, not going to try to snow people in saying when a stock wins a race, just pile into the trade. What we're really trying to show here, though, is that you can focus on a very finite number of alerts over the course of the day. As the stock keeps winning more races, you'll click on. I mean, for instance, TKLF has not won a race for a while. Okay, it's stuck at 2. But if you click on it, you see what's happening. Just sort of check to see what's happening. Maybe it's coming into an interesting level. Maybe it's going to base here at 220. Stick a price alert, maybe at 243, and see if it holds this area, gets back up to 243, and maybe it starts a run from there. Okay. So it's not like I can tell you, and I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Well, if it moves to this level, 224, buy it. Okay, there's no hard and fast rule. For me though, I'm able to follow, I will click on these symbols all day long now. If it hasn't moved, hasn't won a race for a while, I'll click on it, see what's happening, LMDX. And I can look at it and go, well, okay, maybe can it base here? Can it take out this 150 mark later on and then start to run? I have a price alert for this one at 170, I believe, because that was the high of yesterday. You can kind of see if it could take out 170. The next high is 226. That's the way I look at it. You have to, and when I say USD, I'm talking in general. You have to develop your own style. Okay, there is not one style that works all the time, or that might meet your, or maybe that your personality doesn't like that. Maybe you'd rather say, wow, it's got to hit the VWAP, or it's got to hit the VWAP, or maybe that rising 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. I mean, there is a lot to trading. This allows me though to focus on just a few stocks all day long. And that's what makes trading difficult. If there was just a way I could say to you, you know what, if PGY comes back right back to this to a certain level, take the trade. Can't do it. So you have to develop a way in which when you click on an alert like PGY as an example, and you say to yourself, well, okay, it's starting to pull back a little bit here. What would be an interesting level? Look at a 5-minute chart. What if it pulled back to, I mean, that'd be a pretty big pullback, but what if it pulled back to 895? You see on the 5-minute chart right here, or the 9 level. It looks like there's a little bit of support at that 9 level. So stick an alert there. Use our price alerts, see if it falls to that level. Or, there's nothing saying that, if it takes out that high of the day again, it could keep running again. That's what a lot of traders look at, because it's an all-time high now. So if it takes out the high right here, nothing in theory is stopping it from moving higher, certainly not based on the chart. I mean, lots of other reasons why it won't keep going up. Obviously, lots of profit taking could take place, and probably that's what's happening now. But at least you take chart resistance out of the equation. You see, so you have to develop your own style. Hey guys, Snap underneath 1050 now. Snap is underneath 1050. I know I'm sort of jumping around a little bit here, but that key area was 1050. So where was I? I introduced myself. I welcomed everybody to the room. I went over my some of the things on my homepage. Now I've got to find you guys. There you are in the my other monitor. All right, let me keep going. So I went over the subscriptions. Snap, guys, as I said, it took out that 1050. You do what you want, okay? I'm just saying, as Zach has pointed out, it'll be like an all-day hold. We don't know if it is, but 1050 was a pretty critical level. Again, I was short that earlier, but it's up to you now. Let's get started. Okay. If you take out a subscription, mandatory that you do this first. It's going to take you 30 minutes out of your life. It starts off 10 videos, short videos. It starts off with a download and installation, first startup and login, toolbar and right click magic. Please do that before you do anything else. I'll give you a good idea about what Trade Ideas is all about. Stock of the day video. I do it at noon Eastern. You can sign up for it here. It is free. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Let's take a look at what the trade of the week, how the trade of the week is doing. And that was ASO. Fabulous. I mean, I think the trigger was 39. What did it do? It hit this morning. It hit $44, guys. I mean, that's just a great, I mean, it's pulled back some now, but I mean, to come up with one trade, and Steve Gomez does this every week, tries to come up with one trade to maybe focus on, and this is free. So if you do sign up for the trade of the week and you find you're not getting it, check your spam, okay? Very possible it's in your spam box. The education section. You click on the user guide. I would concentrate just on this top row. I wouldn't really look at the multi-strategy window yet, but you should have already done the getting started. You should know what an alert window is. You should know what a top list window is. These are, the building blocks for trade ideas, okay? You're the TI stock race. And if you're listening to me talk about the stock race, you're wondering, well, how does he start it? What does it even mean, etc.? Click on in the guide, the TI stock race. There are a couple of videos. Let me just show you. Very comprehensive. Here's your startup. Here's a video. More text. It's all very comprehensive. And if you think, well, I can't do that, I can't help you. If you think it's very well laid out, in my opinion. I think we'll give it another video, maybe not, maybe the first video, but it's very well laid out. Take the time to go over it. This is a software program. There is a learning curve. I'm going to show you what I do, but but I mean, you may forget some of the things I'm saying. So you can find it in the guide, TI stock race in the guide. There are other things, of course, how to set a price alert on a chart, how to put a sound alert in an alert window, but get the basics down first. Okay, get the basics down first. And you don't have to learn everything about trade ideas. It's like any other software program. There's a big manual, but doesn't mean you have to learn everything that's in the manual. Okay, Lucho, you just sign up for it. Go to my homepage and sign up for it. Go to my homepage. I put the link in. Okay, and here it is, trade of the week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Okay, just go to my homepage. I put the link in. Here it is again. So what is Trade Ideas? What we are a scanner. We scan the US stock market. It doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. Oh my goodness, I forgot one very important part of my homepage. Well, let me keep going on the education, sorry. Got sidetracked there. So I went over the user guide, daily support section. So now, Andy was a little bit sick, so I don't know if he's going to be in there. I think he was on vacation until last night also. But what happens is you'll hear me refer to a YouTube room. So I monitor two trading rooms. Okay, the YouTube room is people hear me and they see my screen. There's just not a lot of action. Okay, when I say that, this is the main trading room. There's a lot more activity in the main trading room. Okay, so for those of you in YouTube, if you want to head over to the main room, you can do it. There's a lot more action, a lot more interactivity amongst traders. There is the link for it. But it's up to you, it's up to you. But I do take a break at noon between 12 and 1, do my video and a few other things. And one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Today, it should be Andy, okay? If it isn't, but I'll confirm who it's going to be. And I'll put the YouTube link in before I do take my break. And then Chris Varley, Monday to Friday, in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. I shut the main room down at 3:30. The daily webinar. So next week, we're on the Tuesday, Thursday rotation. This week was Monday, Wednesday, but you can sign up for them all here, all free. Back to basics, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. Starts off with what is a stock? So this is a great little video series. It's all free. If you're new to trading or looking for a refresher or maybe a different take, it's all free. And last on my homepage, my scans. So this is the race mode that I talk about all day long. You will hear me talk about the 10-day daily breakout and downs. You'll hear me refer to Zach's bouncers and toppers. Okay, so I do have other scans that are here. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. So I have a lot of scans here that I'm sharing, and you can take a look at them. So my advice, if you save my link, then you can take a look at the education, my scans, the getting started anytime you want. Just save my link, my homepage link. Okay, guys, so I see PGY is winning another race, okay? But this is on a pullback. So look at a 5-minute chart. I got rid of my 2-minute chart, just a minute here. But you can see that what's happening is that it's starting to, it had that pullback all the way almost to, the suggested area of interest to 9. And now it's starting to win a race. Does that mean you have to pile into the trade right now? No, but it's certainly getting interesting again. Maybe traders check the volume out. Is the volume good? Is the volume starting to pick up? I don't see the volume picking up. Look at the volume bar in the 5-minute chart. But this is why, and I'm going to get into the simulator. This is why you've got to practice trading. Listening to me, you might, and what I'm talking about, you say, okay, well, why don't we just take this trade at 977 and see what happens? Well, you can do that in the simulator. First, let me just go over a few things. I showed you that I am sharing my scans. We also have a lot of scans. If you click on New from our toolbar and click on Dock Channel Bar, these are all theme-based layouts. So the explosive winners, this is what my scan is based on. My racing scan is based on, okay? The explosive winners. So right here, it'll start in a minute. Okay, this is what mine is based on. I made some modifications to it. I wanted a higher minimum volume. I changed the price range. You don't have to. You can take a look at this. What I'm trying to show you here is that in all these all the channels that we have, all the theme-based channels, we have prepared scans for you. If you see something that you like, all you do is you just right-click and you duplicate it into a free-floating window. When you do that, it showed up on my other monitor. Now, basically, when you duplicate it into a free-floating window, you take it out of the layout. It's in a layout, it's sort of locked into this layout, and you take it out of the layout. Now it's free-floating. Now you can save it to the cloud. Right-click, save or share to cloud, save it. Why? I'm going to explain. I'm going to get rid of this now. I'm going to go back to the dock channel bar. I'm going to load another channel. Very popular one, the momentum channel. Okay, I will click on the momentum channel. And as it loads, now what time is it now? 10:40. So at 10:47, this is a momentum scan, okay? That says A in the top left-hand corner. These are all real-time alerts. That's what we're really good at, creating scans that give you real-time alerts. Excuse me. So TBLT, I'll click on it, and you can just see TBLT right there. PJ, there's PJLT, and yeah, and you can see what's happening. It's making new high, new high, new high. So every time it makes a new high, it's going to give me this real-time alert. That is a momentum scan. What is it looking for? In all of my scans, and any scan that you see from our channel bar, to see what something is looking for, you just right-click, configure, configure, click on summary, and it's going to show you what it's looking for. Now, by the way, I'm not trying to teach you how to use trade ideas right here. I'm just giving you a brief overview. It's up to you to take the Let's Getting Started. It's up to you to maybe check out the guide. What alert windows are and top list windows are. Okay, I'm just giving you an overview for those of you who don't have trade ideas but are in this room wondering what the capabilities are. So this is an example. This is what this scan is looking for. So the price is between 1 and 50. Current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal. Minimum volume is 100,000 shares, etc. The concept is this: you will start off with some filters. All of these filter criteria have to be met. In other words, these are all the stock is between one and $50, and the current volume is 3 and 100,000 shares minimum. If all these values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's why we see MLTX. Okay, that's what we're really good at, creating there's the MLTX. I'll click on it. Let's see what it's doing. There's MLTX. Pretty good stuff, right? Give me a moment here. Now, if you like this scan, as I said before, you can right-click, duplicate it into a free-floating window, and then it'll be taken out of this layout, and then you save it to the cloud. But you may look at this, and you may think, you know what, I love this scan, the idea of it. I don't like the price range. So if you right-click, again, and configure, and now summary, now you see it says between $1 and $50. Left-click on the icon, and now it might be difficult to see. They changed the font here, but I'm going to change it to 10 minimum and $100 maximum. Click on the summary, see how it's changed. So of course you can go through, maybe you want a higher minimum volume. You can go through these and make the changes if you want. When you get used to using trade ideas, you may even add a filter that you discover that you like, maybe take one out. I mean, this is up to you. And then you say, okay, so now you've made the change, and now you can save it to the cloud. So 2 things. If you like it the way it is, you duplicate it into a free floating window. If you want to make a change, make the change, then duplicate it into a free floating window and then save it to the cloud. Now, if I leave this channel and then I come back to it and I've made a change to something, the change is not saved. Why? The filters are for everybody. These channels are for everybody. So the fact that you want to make a change to something is not necessarily what everybody else wants, okay? So just so you know that. But that's why, in my opinion, you should be, what I would be doing is going through the different channels and start looking at the scans that we've created, saving them to the cloud, and then you can bring them back one at a time, creating your own layout. Without having to know how to create your own layout from scratch or any scan from scratch. Okay. Now, if you want to create your own scans, of course you can. I right click on this alert window here and I'll click on configure. Instead of now summary, I'm going to click on search. These are all the real-time alert icons. You know, right at the top here, the new high of the day, new low of the day. But we have a lot of different alerts that you can use, real-time alerts that you can use. And if I scroll down, these icons are our filters. Do not get hung up on how many we've got. When the company started in 2003, they felt that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create their scans. So what they did is they said, okay, let's try to create enough alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, with all the different sort of trading styles there are out there, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. You don't have to learn them all. I hardly know any of them. I just, I have the ones that I use over and over again, but I don't know them all because most of them are not of interest to me. But, I don't know what your trading style is. Maybe the change since January 1 is something that you're interested in. Okay. But so don't get hung up on thinking, oh my gosh, I'm never going to be able to learn this program because there's so many alerts and filters. What is BAT doing? BHAT. So when I look at BHAT, okay, yeah, it's winning a race. Yeah, 5.7%. But look what it's doing. It's coming right into the 200-day moving average at 389. I won't take the trade. I just won't take the trade. It's coming right into that 200-day. The 200-day could stall it. Not 100%, of course, but it could stall it. So as part of my trading plan, I won't take something that is very close to the 200-day moving average. Again, it doesn't mean that I mean, it might just blow right through it. And if it does, then I'll maybe get interested in it, but I won't take it right now. Okay, now let me talk a little bit about the AI, what we nicknamed Holly. If you have our premium service, this is how I would watch it. I would click on new and then AI/Holly strategy trades window. Okay. And this is what you're going to see. I filter it. There's a filter here. I filter on only the profitable trades. So I can see there's some that got hit. I don't care about them. All I care about are the profitable trades. Okay. And I use it like a watch list. Do I use this? Do I really trade much of it? I freely admit I don't. Okay. Pretty selective. I like a price range under $20. I can see there's only one. APLD though is a short and it's not available for me to short at Interactive Brokers. How you use this will be up to you. If you load this before 9:30, this window will be blank. And basically all you do, you just wait for the alerts to happen. You'll have a potential entry, you'll have a stop. How you trade it will be up to you. Give me a moment here, please. Okay. So the last thing I want to go over is this window that we see here, that you see here. You should see here. We call it Brokerage Plus. It's a big blue window. And let me put this link in. we go. All right, so this is the window I just, or the link I just put in. It's Brokerage Plus. If you click on the link, there are two videos. A short video. The short video shows you that if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. Okay, it's the only two that work: IB, Interactive Brokers, and E-Trade. Yes, we'd like to add more. Have no idea when or if that's going to happen. Okay, so I have no idea. I have no timeline on anything. I know we wanted to add TDA, TD Ameritrade a lot earlier, but we ran into some technical issues that have not been able to be solved. So there's that. If you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, though, doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. We're a scanner. Okay, that's what we do. We scan the market. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use us. This is just a feature that if you want to use it, you can. I don't use it. You know, I still trade from within IB. Excuse me. And this is only available along with the races, only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're on using our web-based version, not available. Okay. All right. Snap. Pop. No, snap. Look at this, guys. Now. And yes, I'm in it. I said 1050 was the key for me. But remember, I am not an investment advisor. I'm not here. Not like these. Well, I'm not a guru that's going to tell you what to buy or sell. I point out the opportunities. If it makes sense to you to take the trade, take the trade. If it doesn't make sense, don't take the trade. Now, where is Snap on the list? Art B, as an example. Okay, well, first of all, you see, number one, it would never be here, of course, because it's not a, it's not a gainer. So number one. Okay, number two, well, first of all, if you're with us in the pre-market, remember, I open the room at 8 o'clock, no later than 8 o'clock Eastern time. Okay, no later than, and I get on the mic at 9. So we were talking about Snap, right from the get-go. Number one. So if you can come into the pre-market, you would have been totally aware that Snap was probably our number one focus. Number two, on an actual scan that I've got right there in the 10-day daily breakdown, okay, on an actual scan, and also on a scan that I've got I've got it on the basic new lows, and that was at 10:45. So a little bit later than the 10-day daily breakdown. But Snap is something that you should have been aware of, in the pre-market. Let me just show you again. Let me just show you this. So again, if you were in with us in the pre-market, all right, guys, PGY just made a new high. New high. But if you're here with us in the pre-market, okay, I actually am now starting to show this screen. You would have seen Snap right at the top here. So I don't know what else I can say. Come to the pre-market. Some people think you're crazy for trying to take a stock that's at an all-time high or at the high of the day. To me, it's trader mentality. And I've been trading long enough to know that traders look for this sort of stuff. Stocks making a new high for the day, and when it has no, now how you're going to trade this is up to you. I'm like, don't, if you took this trade on that high of the day break, don't wander away from your computer. Don't think, all right, it's at the high of the day or high of the year, high of its life. It's going to keep going. Remember, I mean, this drop from from 1121 down to 932. That's a $2 drop that it had. And that can happen just like that. So you cannot leave your computer if you get into these. And these are not easy. If you're new to trading, I mean, they look easy after the fact. But all I can do is point out the opportunity. All right. Again, I'm somewhat distracted here. The second video in that Brokerage Plus link shows you how you can use this in a lot more detail, okay? A lot more detail. And how I like to demonstrate its use is as a simulator, really. Okay. If you're new to trading and you want to practice trading, even if you're not new to trading, but maybe you're trying to get a handle on these, the races, or maybe you've created, an alert window, a new idea, and you want to sort of test it out to see how well it works. What sort of you're getting alerts. Practice in the simulator. There are two options. You'll see underneath Brokers Plus, one says live and one says sim for simulated paper trading. And what I want to do is I want to start from scratch to show you what you would be seeing. So to load this Brokerage Plus window, click on New and then Brokerage Plus. Okay, this window will pop up. Now, you may have different columns. That's up to you. I just want to show you what it should look like. It should say not connected. The box right beside the ask should say not connected. Look at the, boy, this is a choppy day today, guys. Super choppy day. So to connect, click on Sim, and that'll change to account. And then click on the account on that box where it says account. And now a little box will pop up that says simulated trading default. Click on that. Now you're in our simulator. Our simulator uses our real-time data. Give me a moment. So our simulator uses our real-time data. You don't even need a broker. Okay, if you're still unsure about who your broker is going to be, but you want to practice trading, you can do so. Okay, you can do so using our simulator. It uses our real-time data. Very simple to use. You just click on an alert, any alert anywhere, from the race or, from your price alerts, or if you have some other scans, just click on the alert and the symbol will show up. You pick how many shares you want to trade. You've got the bid and ask right there. So, I mean, you can go, I just want to demonstrate going in at the market, because if the difference in the bid and the ask is, a couple of pennies, that's not a big deal. And then you just click the buy button and then you send it. And now you're in a simulated trade. So let's just do one just to show you. Disappointed in the Lakitia. I thought it would really start to move once it took out that 560, but it didn't. But let's just say you wanted to take this on a pullback. Okay, it's pulling back to this level. It's coming into that 10 SMA that Steve likes on the 15-minute chart. So I'm going to take this trade, and today we'll go into a little bit of money management, just a little bit, okay? And I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to explain why. I'm going to go in at the market because the spread's okay, and now I send it. So I click the buy button, and then I send it. Now I'm in the simulator, and something went wrong because today, oh, there we go. Okay, good. I was going to say something went wrong because today's profit could not be what it said. So I'm in this trade at 542. And again, guys, go to the Trade Ideas user guide, the simulator, all the stuff I'm doing. It's all outlined there. Okay. So don't think, my goodness, I can't remember everything that he's saying. Go to our guide. I'm going to put an alert now. Whoops. I'm going to put an alert, or not an alert, but a stop. I got in at 542. I'm going to put a stop at 522. Explain why. When I click add, you will see a red line on the chart that says approximately minus 100. It says minus 97.50. How did that happen? Okay, well, when I trade, I'm actually looking. Okay, well, it's in my home page. Okay, go to my home page. Just a second. So Lucho, go to my home page. Go to the education section. Okay, when you click on my home page, and then here's the education section. Click here, and then here it is. Here's the user guide. So for instance, I was talking about you want to like simulation trading or trading simulator right there. Okay. You want to know more about the AI? Here it is. But here's a trading simulator right there. Our guide is great, guys. Stephanie put this together and she did an absolutely amazing job, and she does her best to keep it updated also. You know, we do change things from time to time. So when I trade, I'm actually looking for all sorts of reasons not to take a trade. For instance, I mentioned, what was the one I just mentioned? That was coming into the 200-day moving average. It's going to be here. Yeah, I can't remember which one it was, but that would be a reason why I wouldn't take a trade. Okay. Yeah, it was winning a race, but it was coming into the 200-day moving average. I won't take the trade. So I've got, things that I'll look for, and it doesn't matter what my reasons are. Okay. You have to develop your own. For me, it has to be a certain price range, has to be a certain minimum volume. I mean, I'm looking at that 200-day, I won't take the trade there. If I look left on the chart, because a lot of the things that I see are going to be, relatively near the high of the day. If I don't see a lot of room that it could keep moving until it hits the next high, when I look at the daily chart or the weekly or the monthly, I don't take the trade. But you have to develop your own style. So it's not a matter of mimicking me. So if I take a trade, that means that everything has been checked. If I have, certain things that have to be, I have to go check, 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 check. Everything has to be checked. Every single box has to be checked. For instance, maybe I've got 6 things that have to be checked, and they're all checked. But then I see that 200-day moving average, I don't take the trade. It's too near the 200-day moving average. That would be one of the boxes that I would not be able to check. So I take the trade. It looks wonderful. We're talking about it in the room. They even had news. News is not a reason for me to take a trade. Okay. But it helps sometimes. I call it a bonus. So everything looks wonderful, and it doesn't work. It's not working. I get into the trade and it starts to drift down and down. And I say, what the heck? It's not working. So I have a stop. I have a price where I'm going to get out of the trade if I feel it's not working. Now, where I place my stop is usually I look at a 5-minute chart and I'll place the stop, where I think there's a support area. Okay, so I'll look at a chart and I'll look at what I consider maybe on a 5-minute chart, what I consider a support area. And here's the problem though, my idea of support may not be your idea of support. So this is what I would do. If I'm starting out, maybe take the low of the previous 5-minute candle as your stop. Practice it, okay? The reason I say that is that is a defined number. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. That's the number. We know what the low of the previous 5-minute candle is. So you can use that as your stop. And then how does that share size you? Well, the other aspect of trading is that I would hope this makes sense. If you have a $5,000 account, you probably shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. So what I demonstrate here is risking $100 a trade. And I risk about the same amount every single trade. In other words, I'm not risking $1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 50 the next. I try to keep my risk amount about the same every single trade. The risk amount meaning, okay, if it doesn't work, what's the worst I want to, what how much am I willing to lose on the trade if it doesn't work? So again, in the simulator, I'm demonstrating approximately $100. That is going to share size me. How? Okay, remember, I get into the trade. Before I get into the trade though, I know where I'm getting stopped out. Okay, and I wanted to put the math super simple here. That's all. So I put the stop at 522, which was 20 cents away. Again, I'm trying to make the math simple. It's not that every stop is 20 cents away, but if I take the difference between the entry and my stop, that's 20 cents. I divide that into $100 that I'm willing to risk on the trade. You get 500 shares. Okay, so 500 shares. So hopefully that this is going to make sense. I don't take the same number of shares every trade. It all depends on the difference between my entry and my stop. Then I divide that number into how much I'm willing to risk on the trade. Now it's simple enough to set up, say, an Excel spreadsheet with your stop being the same, or your risk amount being the same every trade, and then you would just type in the your entry and your stop. Of course, it'll subtract it for you, and then it'll divide that number into whatever you're willing to risk, and it'll automatically tell you how many shares you should take. Don't get hung up. It says, you should take 492 shares, and you take 490 or take 500 or 480. I mean, it's within reason. But that's a great way to quickly do it. Or you could try to do it on the fly. And now you're in the trade. Okay. Now you've got to stop. Next step, when you're in the simulator, if you cannot make money in the simulator, really forget about trying to trade live. Do not start to trade live until you make money in the simulator. And unfortunately, even if you can make money in the simulator, it's not a guarantee you're going to make money trading live. Now, some people might think I'm being overly gloomy about it. This is just a reality check, okay? This is reality. Trading is not easy. It takes some time. You have to put in the effort. I wish I could say, in the races, every time a stock wins a race, just take the trade. I wish I could say that. So the next aspect though is obeying your stop, because sometimes, again, even if you say, let's just say now you graduated and now you're starting to trade live, and you get into that few trades, and they start to work, and then one you think is really going to work well, and it's not, and it gets closer and closer to your stop, and you decide that what, maybe my stop was, I know maybe it was at the low of the previous 5-minute candle, but maybe that was too tight because this is too great a setup. It's got to work. And so now, instead of that $100 manageable loss, you allow it to turn into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you sell and you kick yourself for not getting out of your or not obeying your stop. That's number one. And I know, guys, I repeat myself all the time, but we have new traders all the time, and it's just worth it. I think, especially for a new trader, to kind of listen to me and hear. You don't have to follow me exactly. In fact, if you don't want to follow me at all, that's fine. But this is my opinion. Because what can happen is you don't obey your stop, you're down $500, and then all of a sudden it does make that great turnaround, and now you're up two, three, $400, and you pat yourself on the back and say, "Ooh, so glad I didn't obey my stop." Can that happen? Of course it can happen. I've been trading though for a while, and for me to obey my stop is the only thing that has kept my sanity, to be honest. Okay, I obey my stop. I can always get back into the trade. Look at Snap. Okay, I took myself. Not that I was I didn't lose on it, but I took myself out of the trade and I got back in. Okay, you can always get back into trades. Something that's set up at the beginning and it's not working, and you obey your stop, you get out. Maybe it's not working because maybe the market took a turn or something. Or maybe it's just a little bit early. You can always get back into the trade. So that's it, guys. Practice trading, practice trading. I'm off my soapbox now. Now I'll get back to maybe trying to find some opportunities here. I do see hour. I did see hour. I don't know why I saw it. It was on some list that I was looking at. Oh, look at Redbox, all the way down here now. RDBX. Well, I'll bet that a lot of the Reddit crew, the memers, the apes, whatever you want to call them, are probably shocked to see what's happening with GME today. But listen, I have an alert set up where it actually closed, forward split adjusted yesterday, and I want to see if it ever takes that out. But I mean, right now, I'm sure they all thought, man, oh man, is it going to just soar after that 1 for 4? Now, in the simulator, and by the way, everything I'm saying, of course, is if you were trading live, if you had an IB or you're funny. I know what you mean, Zach. Um, in the simulator, if you don't get out of a trade at the end of the day, then you can practice swing trading. Okay. Let's say I had a series of trades here. If I want to get out of a trade, I just highlight the trade and I flatten it. Flatten gets you out of a trade. Half gets you out of half your trade. Double gets you double will double your position. Okay. Of course, you can go into the box, and you can pick how many shares you want to trade, get out of, or add. Okay, so you can do that. These are just some really, really basic hotkeys. But again, if I don't get out of this trade at the end of the day, then it'll carry forward. So you can practice swing trading in the simulator. So TBLT, I mean, man, oh man, I mean, it's getting close to 949. What did it get to today? It got to 870. So that's the next high looking left. Okay, guys, it's 11:22. I just want to confirm that it's going to be Andy in our YouTube room. Getting a confirmation from Andy. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just waiting for a response from Andy. I see he's typing. This is quite the collapse in AMC. Okay, yeah, just confirmation. So Andy will be in our YouTube room. Andy's more of a swing trader than I am. Look at AMC. What a drop here, guys. It's a lot. They have earnings next week, or not next week. Sorry, August the 4th. Hmm. Yeah, this is a big drop here, guys. Big drop in the SPY. So anything right now, a little suspect taking anything long, even from a race. I mean, most of the things we see in the race and most of my scans usually are not affected too much by what the overall market's doing. They're kind of trading on their own. The classic alpha stock that is really trading on its own, not caring too much what the market's doing, but within reason. I mean, look, the Dow's only down a little. Nas is taking the bigger hit. Yeah, well, let's see if it takes out 10. Zach, if it takes out 10. Ooh, nice on that TBLT. Yeah, the short. And actually, I didn't even realize shorts were available for me. Boy, they're being snapped up at Interactive Brokers. Okay, let's take a look at staff. Haven't seen staff for a while. 415. So again, I look at it, and I think, wow, next high looking left is 430, 441. It just might be too much to get through. I may be completely wrong, like I was on that other one that starts with the letter T yesterday. Was it TRHC or something? And it just roared right through all the little areas of resistance, I thought. Boy, AMC is really, really selling off. And Snap just made a new low. Boy, if it takes out 10, look out below, really. I actually wasn't even looking to see where there could be some support. Can't see it on the daily chart. Can't see it on the weekly chart. It's not an all-time low, so I'd have to back the monthly chart out, obviously a long time ago, to see where the all-time low is. I see a low of 789 back in, well, it's not that long ago. Well, it's 2020, so it's 2 years ago. So we're approaching a 2-year low for Snap, taking out that 10. All right, you were mentioning hour. Yeah, pretty choppy right now. Boy, that TBLT, I mean, you must, I don't know if you're still in that short. That is still pretty strong. But your next area definitely of interest is at 949. Yeah, actually, that was a heck of a bounce for FFIE. Heck of a bounce. Yeah, I mean, I mean, guys, this is your classic definition of an alpha stock, TBLT. Look at this SPY candle, this 15-minute huge red candle. And TBLT, I mean, there's a little one forming, but it doesn't really care. You know, this is your alpha stock. Give me a moment, please. So mute there for a second. So let me just talk a little bit about the racing concept, okay, and how races started. I still, you still should go to the guide. It'll cover it, in all the detail. You'll forget some of the things I'm saying, but the race, the concept is this, and what I want to do is just duplicate this window. Race always starts off with a top list, okay? So top lists, oops, put it over here. Top lists, what you can do with the top list is all these columns headers that you see here, okay? Relative volume, change from the open percent, change 15-minute percent, change 5-minute percent, etc. You can sort on any one of these columns. So in other words, so I'm going to sort on the change from the open. I double left click rapidly, okay? And you can see PGY is 109% above the open. That's what it is telling us. TBLT, 44%. So this is ranking them. I could sort on the relative volume column, and this is telling me now this is a buyout, I think. HNGR is a buyout, 813 times normal relative volume, etc. Okay, I'm going to keep it on the change from the open because this is what I'm basing my race on. So when you look at this list, though, it's very difficult for you to know whether or not PGY is actually moving up or down, TBLT. You can't really tell by looking at this list because it's more or less it's more or less a static list, and so you really can't tell what is happening. So the racing concept is this: I run a race every 4 minutes. Now, there's nothing magical about 4 minutes. It's just what I've chosen to do. You want to run a race every 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes, it's up to you. I've just chosen 4 minutes. So when a race starts, so right now you can see this race has 2 minutes left in it, 2 minutes and 16 seconds. When a race is over, another race will start immediately. And so every single stock then starts at the same point, okay, say at the starting line. If a stock starts to move based on and from the change from the open, so in other words, if this went from 107% to 109% to 110% to 111%, if that in theory could start winning a race, okay? But something could be happening down here, one that's only up from the open 2.3%, but maybe something's happening and it is starting to now it's not 2.3, it's at 4, it's at 5, it's at 10. You'll see that stock starting to move up, okay? Impossible to be seeing something like that when you're just sort of staring at a list like this. So you don't have to, you let the race tell you, I call it the scan race, tell you what is moving on your list. Now, you might say, well, how do I know what list to use? Well, that is really going to be up to you. Okay. I'm using the biggest gainers from the open percent. If you wanted to use from the close, if you wanted to have your own symbols that you want to follow, maybe you've got 20 or 30 favorite symbols that you'd like to follow. You could create, your own race. You have to put them in a top list and then you run the race. Okay. Based on that. I'm just showing you here that the reason why I do this, the gainers from the open percent, is because it gives us these really dramatically moving stocks, like the PGY, the TBLT. Okay, you can see the rest of them, not so much, but you can see PGY, and I will explain why it says 10 and why it says 5 after the number. So let's say you have decided, okay, I've got my top list that I want to run my race on. And by the way, you can have this race. You just have to go to my homepage and go to the scan section. And it's the first one on the left-hand side. It says something race mode, something like that. But if you want to start a race from scratch, then you have your top list. And this is all my top list is doing. I mean, it's very, very few filters. I'm just looking for stocks between 1 and 50. Volume has to be at least 200% or 200,000 shares. And it has to be, I want to see stocks that are up, that are positive for the day. So up 2% from the close. But then I run the race on the change from the open. How do I do that? So I right click, launch the stock race. And here you have all your options. Okay. Excuse me. I've decided I only want to see 10 cars. Okay. You can elongate this so you can stretch it out, see more cars. I'm fine with just having 10 cars here, but that'll be up to you. You want to see more cars, I think you have to stretch this out, and then you can, use this up arrow and you can select more lanes. I'm fine with 10 minutes to run the race. That'll be up to you. I'm running 4-minute races, but it's up to you. Now here's the key, the base on, and it says change from the close right here, but this is a drop down, and that little down arrow, sort of a drop down list of, selections for you. Each one of these is based on the column headers that I have in my top list window. People say to me, well, I'd love to run my race on the change from the open, but when I do this drop down, I don't see it. You don't see it because you don't have it as a column header. Okay, you have to have it as a column header. And go to the top list section in the guide and shows you, how you can have, different column headers. You just search for the header you want and you add it as a column. Okay, so that is why I see the change from the open. So I'm going to pick change from the open percent. The sort on, until further notice, I would always use the delta value. The delta value is the change value. That is what is allowing me to see the stocks that are moving the highest, change from the open, at the top. Okay? That's what that is doing. That's the delta. I use replace cars. What that does then is, as something down here, maybe something down here, way down on the list, is starting to win a race, it'll replace the cars that are ahead of it. Okay, so you'll see that move from something that could be down here. Show company logos. If you don't have this as an option, then and you want to see the logos instead of a race car, which is how it first started, then what I would do, make sure you're on the latest beta. You have to go to our home site and download the latest beta. Okay. And last, auto rerun. I'm pretty sure that's what most people would want. Picking auto rerun means every time a race is over, another one will start almost immediately. That's what auto rerun does. Last, you don't have to do this, but this is what I like to do. If I right click on this big window and I pick show top 10 winners, that's why I see these ranked 1 to 10 PGY at the top because it won 10 races. TBLT next 5 races, and then all the way down. So if all of a sudden some other stock started winning race after race after race, and it got up to the 11, it would supplant PGY at the top as an example, assuming PGY did not win another race. But that's up to you. That's how I like to have it. Okay, so that's the racing, guys. And what I love about it, it gets me to focus on one window all day long. Do I have some other windows? Yes, but again, look how many alerts I'm getting. 2 on the daily breakdown, 4 on the daily breakout. So I'm not being distracted at all I'm not being inundated by alerts from my other, and I do have Zach's. How many did he have? He had 1, 2, 3. He had 4. I don't look at the cues. He had 4 on the bounce plays, and he had 1, 2 topping plays. These are repeats, okay? The PGY is a repeat. So a very manageable number. Notice how my alert windows are constructed, the ones that I still have. I don't want a lot of alerts. I do not want to have something that's firing at me over and over and over again. Try to be selective. Hey guys, I just have to change my headset. Okay, for you less conservative players, take a look at the HKD, guys. This is this IPO from a few days ago. It's at the high today. It's at the high today. The high all time is 33.03. Okay, this was a low float, probably a fairly low float situation. Just one moment, please. Okay. Okay, so again, come on already. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Come on already. Um, I'll show you how, but you really should go to the guide, okay? I will show you how. The reason is, and just like I said before, all the things I'm talking about, you might forget. So again, right click, launch the race, and right at the top here it says minutes to run. Well, not right at the top, but the second column, minutes to run, okay? But like the guide has all this. So if you forget anything I'm saying, go to the guide. Let me just get my homepage link in again. The guide is great. I mean, it's really, really it's a great guide. Okay. You click on the guide. and you'll see, okay, you'll see this, and then scroll down, click on the education section. I almost feel I should have just a guide as something on its own, and then the user guide, and then TI stock race. Okay, very well laid out, very well laid out. Okay, you know, it talks about right here. You can see it right there, minutes to run, as an example. Come on, take out that 10, Snap. Yeah, so Cody, you'd have to, okay, you'd have to get it out of the dock, okay? So if I wanted to, I don't want to do this, but I mean, if I clicked on this and then I, well, actually duplicate it into a free floating window, okay? So you want to take something out of the dock, out of a dock. So the question is from our YouTube room, can I take, you can't easily do it. Actually, yeah, I guess you can easily do it. I'm gonna make sure of that. Yeah, I guess you can. If you left click on the window that you want, let's just say I wanted this 10-day daily breakout, okay? And I wanted it in another dock window. So if I right click, it looks like I can just duplicate it into another window, into another dock. Okay, makes sense? Because when you right click on it, I was going to say you first duplicate it into a free floating window, then it'll be floating, and then you can, like for instance, I'll do it. It's floating. Just give me a moment. So now it's floating, and then I could right click and duplicate into the dock I want. Okay. But it looks like you could probably just do it right from within the window and duplicate it into another dock. Okay. Well, I'm using the biggest gainers from the open post. So if you want mine, you can just go to my homepage and you can use this, and that's the top. This is the top list it's based on. Biggest gainers from the open percent. Okay. All right, guys, I'm just going to put one more thing here. And again, obviously no pressure to do any of this. If you feel so inclined that you'd like to write a little testimonial, well, it's called testimonial. It's not, it's sort of a testimonial. If you feel inclined to do it, I'm putting this testimonial link in. This is what you're going to see. Share your story with us. Every trader has a story and we'd like to hear yours. Okay, so want to fill this out? Tell us your little story about, we're just trying to amass, it's like a blog. Okay, if you feel so inclined to do it, great. All right, guys, 11:48, getting closer to my break. Okay, guys, I am. Yeah, I have no idea on the Snap. I think it's just one of these. I've never used Snap before. It's been around for so long. I think it had its heyday, and maybe, people just moving. I don't know how it competes with TikTok and things like that. I honestly don't know. I don't use any social media. I do post to Twitter just, my stock of the day and the pre-market movers, but other than that, I don't use Twitter really. I certainly I don't use Facebook or any of it. I Twitter is social media, yes. I actually do use Twitter a little bit just for entertainment purposes, following some sports teams, things like that. But other than that, yeah, I don't. I'm not into anything else. Okay, notice, guys, I left this in LQDA. I left it in. I allowed it to be stopped out, and it took that $100 loss. Okay, it went down to the level. Now, how I trade. My stop is the absolute worst I want to do on a trade. Okay. But if I get into something and I just don't like the way it's trading, I will get out earlier. Okay. I reserve that right. I don't absolutely wait to get taken out at my stop. So if I don't like the way something is trading, maybe the market's turned around, or I just don't, some other thing is happening, I'll get out of a trade earlier. So, for instance, in this particular one, I would not have let it get down to the stop price. I would have been watching this and I would say, I don't like this. I don't like this. I'm going to get out earlier, as an example. That's how I trade. Okay, guys. So what I'm going to do now is just put the YouTube link in, and you can head over there at around noon Eastern, of course, in about 8 minutes or so. Andy will be there. Oops, about that one. So there is the YouTube link, and say Andy will be there in about 8 minutes, and then I'll take my break between 12 and 1. That's a pretty good bounce play from your scan, the HCP in the face of the market, Zach. Have to pay a little more attention in the afternoon for some of those, but right now, I mean PGY still looks like it wants to run here. I'm not in it anymore. The only one I'm in right now is my snap short. And that's from the 1050 level. Reshorted it after the yearly short. You see what I'm saying? I mean, PGY now has won 11 races. Um, if it doesn't win another race, But you see it at the top here. Periodically click on it and see what it's doing. Try to, maybe you can start to, over time you start to see these patterns emerge. Is it going into the VWAP? I don't think there's a VWAP for, yeah, there is one. Wasn't sure if it was, yeah. So there's a view. Is it going into the VWAP? Is it bouncing off the VWAP? If you want to put that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart, is it coming into it? Is it bouncing off it? Things like that. That's why practice. Yeah, nice, Shady. I see what you posted there. That looks pretty good. All right, guys. Where's my Bluetooth, or is it just Sirius again? Where's Locutus? Yeah, my Bluetooth has been a little spotty the last couple of days. Just give me a moment here, guys. Do I like PIK? I think I might have seen it in the race earlier. I don't think it won anything, but so when you say do I like it? I mean, it's pulled back. If it holds this 165 mark, I mean, I guess it could move from here. It hit, but you got to remember though, it hit 185. Some topping tails now on the 15-minute chart. Buyers tried 3 times, and the sellers kept knocking it down. Are the sellers still in control? I mean, we don't know yet. The other thing is, what did it hit? It hit 185, and the highs over here, there's a lot of resistance between, 180, that 166 level and that 189 level. So I don't know if there's enough room for me anyway. But, look at the 5-minute chart. The volume is dwindled. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. So, I mean, yeah, that had a big volume surge right there, but look at the 5-minute chart. There's no enthusiasm right now for it. Right now. All right, I am anticipating Andy is going to show up any moment now. The other thing, Tyler, I mean, it is a very, very low float. So, I mean, yeah, if you get any volume at all, but even the relative volume, it's only 0.23, so it's not really trading abnormally. Now, granted, that is because it's kind of probably skewed by that. And I just heard a little ping.
Hey, Barry.
There he is.
What's happening, buddy?
Well, I want you to talk for about 30 seconds. I want to hear your voice. I want to make
Oh,
sure
I'm
you're not
fine.
sick. You're
I'm
fine
fine.
now?
Yeah, that was 2
Okay.
weeks ago. Yeah, that was just some leftover remnants of COVID. So yeah,
Okay.
I just got back from San Diego for 8 days, so I'm I'd like to say I'm rested, but the flight ran really late and got in late last night. But hey, I'm fine. Thank you though.
Imagine that, a flight running late.
Yes,
Imagine that.
yes. And this
It would have been the reverse. You could say, "Ah, my flight was right on time, and I didn't lose my luggage." That would have been the reverse. All right, my
Yeah.
friend. I'll
All
let you.
right,
Oh, I
Barry.
see. You're just okay. You've got the screen.
Yep. We should
All
be
right.
good, huh?
All right.
All right.
I'll probably talk
Enjoy
to you
your
about five
hour
two.
off, Barry. All right, buddy.
Okay.
Take care.
Bye bye.
All right. Hey guys. Hey Aja, how are you doing, buddy? Oh man. You forgive me, guys, if I'm a little rusty today. And yeah, I've been off for about 8 days, so uh, yeah, back in the saddle. So let's talk software, or let's talk market, or whatever you guys want to talk about. We can dive in. Hey Jacques, how are you? All right, man. Looks like we got a decent crowd today. Looks like the transfer went good. So let's talk a little bit about the market. Hey, perfect circle. You will not use hey, listen, I am using the races, so don't worry about me. I got mine probably are a little bit different than a lot of guys that you see. I got a big I call it big cap. I think it just has to do a certain amount of volume each. I don't think I actually have a market cap filter in here, but uh then I got my China watcher, which China has been struggling. I actually I don't want to say took it on the chin, because I've had a great month in the China stocks, but this morning wasn't too good. As you can see, my P&L today is not very good, but I've had a good week. Tesla was really good to me after earnings, and Netflix. I got out of Netflix, but yeah, yeah, they got me too. Hey, I'll keep them on the radar. I think what you have going on over there with the banks, I was kind of hoping to be the contrarian. I had some nice setups, but yeah, they failed ugly this morning. But a few of the ones I was in that I'll probably put back on the radar was this few two, trying to get it back above this. I thought TCOM looked really good coming into the day, but that failed me. That was pretty much a scratch. I've been in that one, but uh, I think my biggest loser of the day was XPEV, buying it on the 50 down here. You see, this came down. I actually bought it. Trying to think. Yesterday, I think I bought it. Yeah, and with Tesla's earnings, and I like buying things off the 50, but boy, you can see that thing opened up and that's a bad tick there. It didn't go that low, but yeah, got me out. Got stopped out of that one, but so not a good day, but a great last couple of weeks. That's the thing about trading. As long as your good days are or more frequent and better than your bad days, you can stomach the bad days. They're gonna happen. You just have to suck it up and move on. But and the hardest thing to do sometimes when you have an idea like that is to get out. And myself, I know how these first 30 minutes of a day, so I'm never quick to get out on the open. On today would have been a great day to get out on the open, but a lot of times, you see those head fakes down and then they pop right back up. This one didn't pop right back up, and I got out, pretty quick after that. But not not a good one. I think looking at the China markets, we're in a interesting spot right here. Two converging, got the 50. So I keep an eye on that K web right here and see if it can hold that 50. I'm not in any of them right now. I did buy the only thing I bought today was this CVTA. I like the way this is kind of setting up, but the market got a hold of it. Was about to go to highs, and I'm still in some Tesla from the other day. I bought it at 787. Tesla definitely saved my week this week. I don't know what I did with that. But market looks like, oh, there's a Barry. Wow. Interesting. Volume coming in. That looks pretty interesting. 29 million. Look left. You do have some, yes, that yesterday's high looks like it may want to try that one. Some nice 1 minute volume coming in. But it's Friday, and that big tail, topping tail from yesterday would probably keep me out of something like that. It's not my style anymore anyway. I'll trade them every now and then. Nice looking sprouts right here. If it can, it's been trying to get above that 200 day, trying to go to highs. All right, let me see what's, I see some remarks in here. Oh, one is the wow actually. No, no, that's not Barry's voice. Yeah, he I'm sure it's just a file on his computer. I'm not sure where he dug it up from. Could be. Might want to ask him. EDU is still one of the ones holding up pretty well of the China stocks. But maybe when you do get a bounce, and yeah, one to keep an eye on if the China market does. Uh, it's kind of frustrating. This is kind of market that's really, for the longest time there, the China was outperforming. Right? This was going up like a 2 month, 3 month period, while the American markets were basically hitting yearly lows, and now you got the U.S. markets bouncing, and China trying to roll over. So yeah, that it when relative strength kind of flips flops like that, it makes it really difficult. I'm not gonna lie to you. Let's see. UNG. So you got some energy in play today. Let's see who had somebody had earnings. Was that Schlumberger? Was it? Yeah, gap up and not doing much at all. Hey, Mike C, how you doing? Did you just totally destroy that TBLT today? Ooh, I told the boys earlier it was going to go to 950. It got pretty close. Yep, got 17 cents away. Yeah, I don't use them for swing trading. Well, I take that back. I use these races for, yeah, getting ideas for swing trades. I won't take a trade based upon the races, but it's nice to see, in the morning, when you pull these things up, which ones are kind of getting out of the chute. Now, what I will do is kind of look at this, and if the daily chart marries up to a good swing trade, yes, I would uh, definitely use it for swing trading, Tyler. I guess you could say that I do, and I definitely do for the China stocks as well. Uh, Now, I'm not so much interested in like where the stock is as far as the intraday goes, and the action that's coming in. I definitely will look at volume, but I'm more interested in looking at who's getting out of the chute early, and how does the daily chart look. Uh, if it's possibly looking like EDU, I'll definitely set an alert. You can see I set an alert on this one. Um, but yes, so most people will use them for day trading, but I can definitely, find some relative strength on the daily charts as well when I'm looking at these races. I really didn't come in today looking for to get too many longs after been in a bear market. We've had a very nice bounce. This is not, where I'm interested in buying the market after several days of moving up like that. I'd rather catch a pullback. I did buy this, like I said, the CD because I'd like the daily chart, like the way it was holding up, getting back above its 10, above its 200, above its 10 and 30, but I'm sorry, 10 and 20. But I definitely wouldn't be chasing, a Tesla today or a Netflix today. I'd be looking for a pullback. And the market looks like it is definitely tired and wants to rest a while, pull back and maybe test this 50 period moving average. Comes down and can test that for like a third time. Maybe that will give us kind of an indication that possibly, maybe this market did find a bottom, but I wouldn't bet on it right now. That's for sure, especially with all the macro headwinds and inflation and possible recession, stagflation, I guess you could call it. So I don't know. This doesn't se- this sound this seems like a market that will be trying to find a bottom for a while. I guess you should say possibly a good scalping mark, not scalping on a swing trading level. Okay, you know what? I don't short stock so much, Tyler. Now I would. I did. I am in some TZA in one of my accounts only because uh, I just feel like we're getting toppy right now, uh, and possibly looking at the IWM. It's had a nice run of several days, and it just feels like it almost got to this level right here. You see a little bit of a coming up. Uh, now, I'm actually a little bit under the water in this one because I shorted it. I believe I shorted it yesterday afternoon, or I bought the TZA yesterday afternoon, and uh, so I'm still kind of a little bit underwater. Maybe uh, I think now only about 10 or 15 cents, but kind of like a hedge. I have a couple of small positions here, and this way I have a hedge. And what may end up happen is I may sell this this one right here if it doesn't do what I expect. In other words, if it rolls over and goes to lows, I have no problem getting out of I like to call them position trades instead of swing trades. So in other words, you position yourself for a nice risk reward or ratio. And like I think this could easily get up here to this 50 period moving average, easily for 2 points, but and actually maybe even fill the gap up here at 58 if get some legs. But I've been known to get out of position trade the same day, just looking at market conditions, not liking the feel. Just I can always get back in. So uh, I won't let something just roll over and go to lows just because I'm giving it they may be down to the my real out would probably be this 5 day down here. I don't want to let this thing come all the way back. I'd rather averages come up and sneak up underneath it than this pull back real hard down to the moving averages. So I'll probably be watching this 5 day right here for a stop right now. But like I said, if like the market just starts getting hit really hard on volume, hey, I may punch out. Uh, I may punch out at lows today. What do you think, TBLT do on Monday? That's hard to say, it's, uh, short float 132%. I not one I would definitely buy up here, and in all honesty, if I were in this, I would probably be out of my at least about 75% of my position. Uh, yeah, that's a tough one to call. It really is because it's got doing huge, good volume, 14 relative volume. Uh, I don't have any idea if there's anything fundamental behind this move. It could just more than likely, looking at the short float, it's probably a short squeeze, but I don't know. Yeah, good question. I'd probably have a better idea after it closed today. In other words, if it thing, runs out of steam and puts in a big old long, topping tail, yeah, I would probably be betting it's going to pull back at least to these moving averages, but who knows? All right. Spiders are hitting their 5-day right now, or close. No, they're not. I was looking at the my futures over here, and this is takes into consideration the pre-market. So it does look at if you're running pre-market data. Okay, your moving averages are going to include it. So that's why I'm seeing the 5-day with pre-market data hitting that 5-day moving average. Hey, Iris, how are you? I just keep them on my other monitor over here. My races, I have, you know, two 27-inch monitors. I don't need a whole lot of space, but yeah, I keep them on my other monitor, and I just kind of glance over there every now and then. Uh, but yes, I do love the races. I do. It's funny. All a lot of it, all the traders here are old school guys, And one thing about traders, they're kind of dogmatic. You get to some, especially if you're a successful trader, you get into a style, a niche that you prefer, and you're very dogmatic, dogmatic about changing your style. So, uh, but when the races races were introduced, I kind of warmed up to them pretty quick, and then a lot of the other traders came around too because I could see the value, in having these things. Uh, giving you a different perspective and really kind of opening your eyes to there's different ways to look at data. You've been staring at these top lists your whole life, and that's all you knew. And then all of a sudden, wow, you can see stocks that may be way down on your top list all of a sudden, taking off in a race that you would not see maybe till, you know, 2 or 3 minutes later on a top list by the time it made it to the top, depending on how you're sorting, I guess. But this was a good trade that I scalped out the other day. But coming back here, just had alert go off. But once again, another China play. This thing's been basing for a long time. I use change from open. I use change from open. There's different ways you can run these. Since I'm more of a swing trader. I'm not really interested in like you can run these like on a change in 2 minutes. A good way to run them. You can get these stocks that may just be taking off, even though they're not up on the day very much. All of a sudden, you get a 2 minute move. I would definitely use that with volume, some sort of volume indicator too, just so you're not getting stocks that are just kind of glitching on no volume, just kind of bouncing on no volume. But uh, I think is it Chris has one. Chris Varley has one where he runs, I think, in change of 2 minutes. and it's he likes it. He so when you see him around in here, maybe ask him about his change in 2 minute one. Like I said, I'm more of a swing trader, so I'm not really interested in things that are moving on a uh, very short time frame. I need to put a volume in it. This bike's done 2,000 in volume. There's Neo. I have an alert on Neo at the 50 period. But once again, what I'll be doing from this point on those China stocks is watching KWeb. And KWeb is now trying to break this 50. So not interested in any China plays right now. That could change really quickly, but let me see where that 50 is. 30.03. So it's hitting that 50 right now. Drops below that, this thing, yeah, could fill this gap down here real easy. And that can be a gappy market. So yeah, I'm out of all my China plays as of this morning, and I doubt I'll be getting in for the weekend unless something dramatic happens. What do you think of PIK for a scalp? PIK. Ooh, let's see. Volume coming in. Uh, yeah, I'm always leery of some people are great trading these, Barry's good at trading these little piss ants. I used to be back in my day trading days, but I don't do it as much anymore. You might watch that 50 period right here. This is also kind of a level that was a kind of a resistance level that it poked through this morning. So if it can get back above, the 50, which is at 169, so I would say if it can get back above, 170, maybe it has another run in it, or maybe watch it if it pulls back to the 10 period moving average. Say it pulls back to like this 163, 162 level, and this 10 period moving average is creeping up, and they touch each other. So I'd be watching those two. Yeah, usually if I'm playing pissants, I call them. I like to catch them early. I like to be kind of stalking them, and then looking for them to break instead of like buying pullbacks on these things, because a lot of them are one and dones. They have that one move and then they bleed off the rest of the time. So you got to be careful. It's okay to give it a shot, but if you're wrong, just get out quick, because they can retrace the whole move really. It's only 2.5 million in the float, so yeah, that could retrace it really quick. See, FXI now is below all its moving averages. So this is like the top. I think it may be the top 30 stocks in China. So that's definitely looking weak there. So yeah, I'd be careful with any China plays right now. Actually, with the way this market's looking, I'd be careful with any longs. Typical in this type of market, you had a nice decent week in the market, and it's Friday. People are taking profits. Just because we're back above some key moving averages here does not mean that the bear market is over by any means. And if I had to venture to say, I would say it's not, but time will tell. All right. Yeah, you know what? I looked at that one this morning when it came down and tagged the 50. Not looking bad, but you're right. I did see where they have earnings next week. CYH has it on July 27th. See, now that's not a bad looking chart. Now, see, if they're above $4, yeah, I'll play those all day. Even $3. That's not a bad looking chart right there, guys. When it comes gapped up and came down and tagged that 50, and held on. So here's kind of a pivot that if it gets above, that's a nice little pivot that it fell through. That if it got above, so right, so basically the $5 level, obviously a key psychological level, one of the probably biggest psychological levels that you can have. Oh, they had earnings today. Oh, thank you. I did not know that. Okay, then our data is wrong. I didn't see earnings. I thought it was news. Yep. There's the earnings preview from 20th, but I'm not seeing an earnings report. Why am I not seeing an earnings? I see Credit Suisse did give it a $8 price target, but market is trying to go to lows here. So can anybody verify that? How about trusty Yahoo Finance? No, they got earnings date on the 27th as well. No, yep, everybody was wrong. No, that's THC had earnings. Okay, okay, yeah, yeah. It's probably that. Right, right. THC. Then yeah, it's probably the Credit Suisse $8 price targets is what's giving it action today, which I'd be a little more skeptical of that. But nonetheless, looking pretty interesting there. I'll be keeping an eye on this DQ, which is a China solar that was at a really probably one of my biggest win. It is my biggest winners. I've traded it. I think I bought it right here on this day. Anyway, a couple of times. I know I bought it on this pullback. Had a really nice move. So be watching this one at the 50 for sure. If it gets down there, because not only that, you'll have a gap fill right here. So could be an interesting little play. Okay, David. E Trade has it on the 27. That's still ET. What is what's E Trade symbol? I can't even remember. Thought it was. I would trade that one. Look at this snap trying to hold on to this $10 level. Oh, it's in it ETFC. I thought it was. I don't know. I can't. Maybe they changed symbols, or are they even public anymore? Well, market is trying to get stubborn there, digging in at the spies. That that TB Health T wants that 950 number. They merged. Okay. Until I've been out of the I don't think I ever hardly trade those brokers, and can't remember the last time I traded a broker. I don't a Bollinger Band scan. I do not. I will. I don't know if you're looking for stocks that are extended, or maybe to either direction, or what you're looking for. Chris is the one. Yeah, Chris has one, but it's more for scalping. Remember that 2 minute um, change in 2 minute race that that I mentioned. He actually has a Bollinger Band filter in there. I'm not sure what he's looking for, but yeah, E Trade. That's right. It was bought out by Morgan Stanley. Okay, looks for extended. Yeah, you can hit up Chris. Just send us if you're looking for it. Just send a email to info@trade-ideas.com, and you could put attention Chris on it if you want to. Chris V. And yeah, he'll get you that. Oh, you're welcome. Okay, good. Nice little bounce coming in the spies. Boy, just it's one of those days too, where it's just hard to know what to look for. You got to play that strong stuff, but seeing some energy names, but not a whole lot. Let's see how the gappers are holding up this morning. Not very well. I mean, look at all these change from these gapping stocks from this morning. Just what you call people just taking their profits. That's a good one there. That looks really nice. Trying to go to highs, earnings, and that doesn't look bad at all. Geez, I might buy that. It's gonna want that gap right there at least. That's like, this thing, yeah, definitely looks like it wants to fill this gap. It should be around 63. You know what? A lot of these races are, you know, are going to be very similar if they're momentum races. In other words, if you're doing like change from the open, change in 2 minutes, if there's movement, you're gonna they're gonna be very similar. So if you can't, I don't think you can ask Chris about his Bollinger Band race, but I don't. I think it's more the the volume and the movement over a shorter time frame that plays a bigger part than the Bollinger Band. I'm not sure what he's looking for in the Bollinger Band, but I have looked at his. Uh, yeah, there you go. Barry says it's 90% the same. I actually, uh, let me see. I think I may have saved his. Let me look. Yeah, here it is. I'll drop it in the chat. There you go. There's Chris's. Ah, you're welcome, Tom. Oh yeah. I don't know if I have Chris's code. Uh, you have to ask Chris. Where's that sweet looking chart I was looking at? Yeah. I did buy that VICR 56. Matter of fact, I'm gonna add this to the. I'm gonna put this one in the eye. Yeah, if that TVLT gets above like $10, I mean, this thing could easily go to 1350, 1370, something like that. I mean, obviously, it's one I would rather catch in Barry's from Barry's watch list right around what was it, 648? That'd have been a nice. Hopefully, some of you guys caught that. All right. Yeah, showing no weakness so far in that TBLT, that's for sure. You got this fast, can't even get anywhere near the fast line there, the 10 period moving average. Let's see what else this is holding up this morning. Yeah, Dave, trying to go to highs here. Interesting. Yeah, looks like that 1150 area has been a tough level to get through today and yesterday. So definitely a pivot level right there. That if it can get through, might want to pop to. What was the news yesterday on this thing? It's got like a deal with Amazon. No, 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 that's not it. Oh, it's a possible sale. Okay. Let's see. Does VCR go to highs yet? What was that high? 61.87. It's what you call relative strength there. The market sold off, pretty hard there, and this thing just kind of traded flat there. So if we can go to highs, I think it has a pop here. No, no, I'm I'm not a scalper. I will stick an alert in here just in case pops above that little level there. See if any volume's coming in. There you go. VCR did pop above that high. VICR, should say. Stocks have a tendency to fulfill their destiny, so I'm really expecting this one to fill the gap. Maybe not today. Close on this day, 62.85. Then again, it's a Friday. They could just slap it right back back down and close on a doji. All right. Let's take a look at all the market right now. Man, yeah, Spider's pretty much in no man's land. Give back probably more than half of yesterday's gains. Take a look at the Qs, probably a little bit worse. Yeah, they close almost giving up. Yeah, they have given up all of yesterday's gains. Obviously, with the Snap earnings, took its toll on a lot of tech stocks. I'm sure a lot of social media stocks. Let's take a look at the IWM. Got to look at that one. And pretty much like the spies and that IWM, or more like the Qs, I'd say, did give up all of yesterday's gains. Well, that was a nice one today. Jay, that's wise strategy that you have there. That's pretty much what I do. It's like if we're in a especially in a bear market, my stops tend to get a lot more tighter. And if we're in a bull market, uh, I tend to, yeah, loosen them up a little bit, give it wiggle and jiggle. But yeah, that's why I was saying this earlier that this CTVA, it is a swing trade. But if the market dynamics change and we roll over and go to lows and it starts getting hit, yeah, I have no problem getting out quickly, taking a paper cut, and you know, I could, like I said, you can always get back in when things are looking better. But actually, in a lot of the
Brew.
hey, there he is.
Hey, here
What's
I
happening,
am.
buddy? Yeah.
Well, I'm actually looking at this SMR. I don't think I've ever seen this SMR before, but it's
Oh,
making an all-time
yeah.
high.
Yeah.
Making
Whoa,
an
all
all-time
time.
high here.
Yeah.
and it's not not tremendous volume,
Yeah.
but 24 million in the float. It just popped up on some scanner that I actually in one of the races,
Ah.
and I'm looking at this, and I don't think I've ever seen this one before.
Uh-uh.
It's
No, well,
obviously a fairly
look,
new.
it is. It's
Yeah,
only been 3 months. I wonder, this looks like a SPAC, but,
yeah. Based on the
yeah.
price 3 months ago at around that 10
Yep.
level, probably is a SPAC. Yeah.
And I look at the cash level, when I see 576,000 in cash, it's you probably more than likely a SPAC, but hey, that
Yeah.
looks like it may have a,
Interesting.
yeah, it is interesting.
And the interesting thing, Andy, is that when it was a SPAC, it wasn't. It's not like it roared a lot higher,
No,
because you look at the position and lifetime range, and that takes into account when it was a SPAC. So
correct.
this is actually, yeah,
Oh, there it goes. It just popped.
man, well, let's buy it, man. Come on, what are we
We're
waiting
sitting
for?
here talking about it. We should have just bought.
Oh
Oh
man.
man.
Well, I am definitely I'm sticking an alert over 13, and the
See what
spread is,
happens.
yeah, not the greatest, but I'm going to stick an alert at over 13 and see if it takes it out again. And who knows? I mean,
Yeah,
actually, and the volume picked up.
it did.
It
It's
just did pick up.
Yep.
So there you go.
There you, I hope it wasn't everybody in the room buying it.
I don't think so. I hope not. As you know, we are not investment advisors.
That's right.
I'm certainly not.
Oh man. Nope.
So, my friend, you want to take off? I want to rest your
Oh man.
voice and
Well, yeah, I could. I could. Thank you for coming in early. I mean, my voice is holding up well today. Yeah. What?
okay. Well, we can keep talking if you want.
Oh.
I saw the question about the Bollinger Bands and all that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and you're right. I would. Whoop, the SMR just popped up on my price alert. So,
Oh.
whoa, guys.
Oh.
Hmm. Again, I always say, do what you do what you want.
Okay. I just
What,
noticing.
what, well,
I'm sorry. I
I'm
was just
I'm
noticing
talking to
this.
everybody.
Oh, I got you. Yes.
I
Okay.
don't mean you do
You're
what you
right.
want. People do what you want, but it's pretty interesting, this SMR. Yeah,
Okay.
the questions about Bollinger Bands. Yeah, I mean, I think I had Chris's up running side by side mine for a bit just to see what the differences were, and my feeling was about 90% the same. So you know,
Okay.
and I'm also well, and Andy, I have completely and utterly got rid of most of my scans. I am almost 100% concentrating
Good.
on my race.
Nice.
And I don't want several races. In other words, I don't want to get into that rut also. Well, maybe I should have this sort of a race and
Oh
this sort
yeah.
of a race.
Exactly. Too much to watch, man.
Too much to watch. I
Yep.
do have a couple other little scans that give me maybe 5 or 6 trade or alerts a day, so I'm not distracted. But man, I'm just all over this racing.
Oh,
That's what it
cool.
for me. That's
Now,
it.
now, do you prefer like a change from open or like
Yep.
a 5 minute volume or something? Okay.
No, mine is very, very basic. It's just it has to be up from the close, 2%, just so that it's a positive stock. And after that, like 200,000 minimum shares. And I have a price range of 1 in 50, but that's it. I mean, that's it.
Okay.
And I just wait for them to, pop up on as they're moving, because I use the replace cars. So as
Sure.
they could be coming, as you know, way down on my list, and they could be
Yep.
moving, and I'll see it. And
Yep.
that's all I
There you
do now.
go.
That's all I do.
That's what I do as well. As a matter of fact, I just noticed Twitter took the lead in one of my races. This is my big cap races, and interesting enough, it is a Friday, and sometimes these things get resolved, going into a weekend. So might want to keep an eye out for those of you who like to trade, bigger cap stuff. Keep an eye on
Yeah.
that Twitter. If it gets back above 40, could get going.
Well, it's interesting, and Twitter did not take the hit that the other ones did, like the
Right.
Snap and the Pinterest. But I guess people are thinking, well, Elon's going to have to come up with the billions or a billion or billions down the road, or maybe it's going to happen. So maybe that's the only, because I would have thought Twitter would have dropped also with Snap and Pins and
Exactly.
Facebook or Meta, excuse
Exactly.
me,
Exactly.
Meta.
And
I've
a
never.
lot of times these things get resolved by just coming agreeing on a different value, the price, so
Exactly.
maybe, yeah,
You
so
mean you're trying to say that he's trying to blackmail Twitter?
nope,
Andy,
not at all.
Andy, such a cynic. Oh
Oh
man.
man, but
Well,
I do
listen, man.
like
Have a
these
great
VI.
weekend.
Oh yes, yes, Barry, and you do the
Rest.
same.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
will. Always do.
All right. All right, guys.
Okay,
Hey,
I'll take
enjoyed it.
over.
We'll see you next week. Bye bye.
Okay, guys, I am now in both rooms and keeping an eye on this SMR. We were talking about the SMR in the other room, in the YouTube room. Just the fact that it's an all-time high here. I've never seen this one before. It's not got a lot in the float. It's not trading that much, but it's an all-time high. I'm waiting for that 13 break again to see if it takes it out. So let me just get my music going, and then I can get back into the swing of it. And just give me a moment here. Just give me a moment, guys. I got to put myself on mute again. Just give me one moment. Okay, there we go. I've got my music up and running again. I'm gonna get rid of my announcement. Now, before I took my break, I was mentioning this HKD, and I said not for the faint of heart. I believe it was right around 25, and I was saying this was a recent IPO, and look what it did. 25. Now, the spread has always been an issue, but I mean, it's 30, yeah, I mean, it's always been an issue. Right now it's 32.14.33. It does tighten somewhat, but boy, oh boy, what a move, guys. And this is almost an all-time high now. Again, this is a new 33.03. Again, this was not for the faint of heart. And now here we go. All-time high now for HKD. Yeah, I have no feelings, Denver, on the Bollinger Bands. Okay, so that'll. Now the other thing is that the link I gave, I think it actually has a custom formula. It might be the volume 1% or something like that. So you're probably you're going to have to ask Chris then. But I just don't use it. Okay, I think that my biggest gainers from the Open and his Bollinger Bands probably about 90% the same. Okay, giving the same sort of alerts. So I have no feelings on it whatsoever. I'm not going to use it. I was just saying in the other room, I'm not going to get into the, not the habit, but call it the pitfall. I'm not going to get into the pitfall of now trying to create, several races. I'm going to use one race and that's it. I don't want to get into like I used to with the alerts and saying, well, I better have this alert window. I better have this alert window and such. Look at that drop, guys. I mean, that's why I was saying with the HKD, look at that drop, 33 right down to 30. So I'm just going to keep using this. Listen, I mean, if this doesn't start giving me the results that I'm looking for, then of course maybe I'll make an adjustment to it. But right now, I'm very, very happy with what's happening. Now, I should point out, if you can see LMDX, too late. You see how you can almost even use these to try to play a pullback or even short, because what happens is see, look at this. Look at these red flames that you're seeing. What that meant is that it was moving higher, but now it's pulled back. Doesn't mean 100% that you should take a short on it, but it just means that this move was not sustained. So let's just take a look at HSTO. You can see exactly what happened. See that topping tail, and it pulled right back. So maybe it's setting up for a short. Yeah, I'm still hanging on to my snap short. That's all I'm in right now. This snap short. Very interested in this SMR though. I know this was, I see it actually, no, it's not shortable for me though. So I saw that it popped up on Zach's topping list, but it's not shortable for me. But I'm intrigued by it. I don't think I've ever seen it before. But if you took something like that, you'd probably have to have a pretty wide stop because it looks fairly whippy. But again, I'm not recommending this. I'm just pointing this out. There's that big topping tail. It did pop up there. So now, guys, what I'm kind of waiting for to see if it happens, it may not happen at all, is something coming out of nowhere in the race that all of a sudden, you haven't seen it at all, and then all of a sudden it just starts to move up, and you see a nice big percentage, and you just click on it. Again, I have to always reiterate, you don't have to wait for the race to be open over to click on the symbol. So look at PIK. I know PIK, somebody asked me before. I mean, I didn't love it because I thought, two might block it, but it might move. But click on the alert and see what's happening. You don't have to wait for the race to be over. Okay, I do see this as ZIM on Zach's bounce plays. However, I mean, the market's kind of chopping a little bit here. Look at that SPY. Look at the topping tails, bottoming tails. I mean, obviously the trend is still down, but there's indecision right here. Yeah, Dave, just go to my homepage. Lincoln, go to my homepage, click on the scan section, and you'll see it called race mode. Well, look at pick guys go. I mean, I could be completely wrong, thinking that that two might stall it, but a lot of volume came in. I mean, a lot of volume came in also. Biggest volume bar of the day. Out of shorts now, anyway. No shorts for SMR either. No shorts for, oh, wait a minute. Is that the wrong one? Yeah, no shorts now for PIK at Interactive Brokers. No shorts for SMR. Yeah, I mean, listen, if you took that one, 48.14, I mean, hey, if you got up there, that'd be awesome. I mean, that's what I would see as being the big resistance area for ZIM, but that's far enough away. So if you did take it, congratulations. Now here's, okay, so TBLT as an example. Big area for it to try to hold, of course, is 8. You know, look at all the action on the 15-minute chart around that 8 level. Can it hold there and then move higher, back up? Look where it got to though. It got to what, 940, 935 there, 933 there. Where's the next high looking left? 949. So, you know, it got very close. 935, it got within 14 cents of that next high looking left. Ooh, don't have my sound alerts on. Yeah, I mean, this reminds me a little bit like the TRHC from yesterday, you know, where I thought there'd be a bunch of areas blocking it, PIK or TRHC, and it just rocketed right through. So, you know, when people, and you know, Tyler, I know you asked my opinion of it. I can give you my opinion. Doesn't mean it, you know, doesn't mean that what I was saying, thinking that it could stall at 190, it's going to happen, of course. I mean, there's a ton of, the other thing I looked at, I wanted to see if there's any news on it. I didn't see any news on it either, but that's a tremendous run now. And what I did say, you know, it's a low float. So yes, anything can happen. 2.5 million in the float. So that little resistance area with that low float, yeah, I mean, it could, if it gets some volume, obviously it can charge right through it. So yeah, if you took that trade, great. All right, guys. Boy, that snap just does not want to give up 10 in a big way. We got down to what, 988 or so, 991 or so. All right, remember APLD in the pre-market? Look at this in the pre-market. Look what it did. Got up to what, 291, big drop now. So are the crypto plays? Let me take a look at BITO. What's it doing? Yeah, so the crypto plays are, you know, just doing nothing. All right, PGY, what are you doing? Are you okay? I mean, to me, couple things. 1114 could be a lot of resistance, but it's, you know, sort of far enough away. You know, I mean, if it somehow could get back up over around 1072, you know, I'm just looking at a 15-minute chart here, you know, might get it rocking again. Yeah, Tyler, everybody feels that way, okay? Tyler in our YouTube room trying to say to himself, I hope I didn't sell too early with the PIK. Biggest challenge. I mean, there is no right or wrong, okay? We all go through it, okay? Especially you look, if it pauses here and it just rips right through that 229, I don't know where you took some profit. You don't have to tell me, but it's not easy. I mean, it's always a bit of a guess to know where to take profit, get out of the trade completely. Don't beat yourself up though. We all go through it. We all go through it. Well, if you're asking the question about how to trade it because it looks hard, then that my first inclination is to not trade it then. So if I look at NVA, if I look at Novavax, NVAX, I would hope, I'd be maybe waiting to see if it gets back down to that 51 level. On that daily chart, you see a bunch of action there. It's pulling back to it, and see what happens there. And you'll drive yourself crazy if you read news about something and you think it's good and it's not going in the direction that you want. Market doesn't lie. Market just does not lie. The bid, it's always a war between the buyers and the sellers. And hey, sellers, I don't even know what the news is, but I mean, I know it's a vaccine, I get it, but you'll drive yourself crazy trying to figure out. For instance, if somebody had told me, that Snap had bad earnings and it was dragging down all the media stocks, I would have said, wow, Twitter must be down too. But look at Twitter. It's basically flat. And you might say, well, okay, Twitter is a special case, with Elon, et cetera, et cetera. But I would have thought that Twitter would have been like well, not every necessarily, but with Meta and Snap and Pinterest and probably other social media stocks. So you'll drive yourself crazy trying to figure things like that. Why is this not reacting the way I think it should? Because look at the news. Wow. Yeah, you really think there's going to be a buyout at 54 with Twitter? Do you really think? Okay, well, then you should be buying Twitter right now and holding on for that 54. Do you really think that? I mean, I'm just kidding to a certain extent, but look at this market. Wow. Let's take a look now. I don't think I always forget to do it. I'm going to click on the new. I'm going to click on the dog channel bar. Let's take a look at the change from the open now, if there's any dramatic change. These are the major sectors, change from the open. Yeah, I mean, look at energy as an example. When we looked at this 10 minutes before the market opened, and we were looking at the change from the close meaning, excuse me, what was the change from the close yesterday? So when we looked at this, it was about 50-50. Okay. Now, this is the change from the open. So 95% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from the open. Okay. As an example, 89% of the stocks that make up the tech sector are down from the open. Which makes sense. Look at the NAS, heavy into tech stocks. So is there anything that's positive? I mean, you could say consumer staples, 62% of them are above the open. I just don't find the consumer staple stocks that interesting to trade. But utilities again, dividend stocks. Look at financials. 93% are down from the open. Again, the open meaning the very first trade that a stock has at 9:30. Some stocks don't trade right at 9:30, but most of the ones in here are probably trading right at 9:30. So that's their open. I mean, my goodness, look at this pick. I mean, I was dead wrong. I mean, I really thought this 180 level would stall it. Look at it. I don't know what's happened. I don't see any news on it. It's retail. I don't see it as a New York stock. I mean, I don't see any news on it, but man, oh man. And again, no shorts for me at Interactive Brokers for PIK. Boy, look at this SPY. Well, we had about 4 or 5 good days. We had a good week until today in terms of the SPY anyway. If you're, looking at the SPY moving higher, this is the first, we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 5 out of 6 days, the last were all moving higher. We're still not below yesterday's low. So it's not like the end of the world is happening, but well, if it's swing trading, yeah, take it over to the swing trading. Yeah, please do. Probably you're right, Cam. Probably some chat room pump, PIK, probably. Certainly not this. We're not a chat room. We are a trading room. So you can tell right off the bat, this is a, alpha stock. Look at these two 15-minute candles. Look at the SPY. So these are the stocks that we try to look for. Trade Ideas is really good at finding. Stocks that are really trading on their own, not caring what the rest of the market's doing. They're in their own little universe. Okay, I'm going to reset my alert for this SMR just in case later on in the day it has a little surge. Now, by the way, guys, I was completely wrong about this CYH. I thought this was an earnings play today. I thought our provider, I have to apologize to our provider. What was happening is I was reading a headline that said community health, top healthcare gainers, and it said with Q2 results. But what it was really saying is that Tenet and a couple other HCA, this was a sympathy play Yeah, this was a sympathy play with some of the other ones. So I do apologize. Yeah, I mean, Zach Scan on the bottoming plays, he's got his couple of bounces I see here. Sierra Wireless, but when the market's doing this, I mean, you might get a bounce, but how big a bounce? Your market is not on your side at all. Good grief. Well, let's take a look at PIK. Where could it keep going to? I mean, the next high is 262. Look at this. Okay, I had an alert for PGY at this level here. Let's see if it holds and starts to move. No, no volume though. Look at the volume. There isn't any really. But look at it go. I mean, it is moving. Boy, a break of 11. This could get rocking again. I mean, that's. I'd like to see some volume coming in though. I don't see any really big volume coming in. All right. Let's see now. It's going to take out 11 with any authority. And that's the PGY. Volume, a little bit of volume. We can see a little bit of volume coming in on the 5-minute chart. Oh, it's holding 11, guys. PGY holding 11. At least it's trying to. And the volume is picking up. I'm just seeing a little bit of a volume bar here on the 5-minute chart. All right, guys, a mini kaboom, guys. There we go, PGY. Now, how you trade it is up to you. Okay, don't ask me when you should start taking profit or anything like that. But the longer this held 11, because this is 2 mil or whatever that float is, and look what 15 races it's won. That's why you don't lose sight of it. In the old days, 3 weeks ago, I would never have seen this again because it would have to take out in my scans, it would have to take out the high of the day. All my scans were based on the high of the day. And look at the high of the day is up here at 1194. I never would have seen this. So this is a classic way. And I know I'm nagging. I know, but these something wins a race over and over and over again. You have to follow it all day. I'm not saying it would have done this, necessarily, but I mean, there's a reason. There's a reason why a stock wins a race over and over again. It's in play. People like it. But there's gonna be buying and selling all day long. Yeah, well, I don't, that's not the float, Finviz, John. That is the shares outstanding. At least that's what I read. Okay. There's, of course, there's a difference. Yeah, there is no float at least I don't see any float information. It just says shares outstanding, 36 million. So, well, we know it's less than 392. I mean, that we know. Oh, guys, I mean, who knows? Maybe it takes out the high of the day. Remember, it's an all-time high. That's the all-time high right there. 1191. If you're not sold on the race concept, why not? Explain it to me. Gets you to focus on just a few stocks over the course of the day. Most people, when they start out trading, they're overwhelmed by everything. A lot of it is trying to look at all sorts of different stocks all day long. That's one aspect. The other aspect, of course, is understanding charts a little bit, but at least this gets you to focus on just a few stocks all day long. Don't worry about you missing something that an hour ago is ripping and it's not up here. So what? Focus on the ones that are look. I mean, how can you 11 this is PGY? I think it's going to take out the high here, 1194. I mean, it's possible. I mean, guys, there it is, the high of the day now, and a lifetime high. Well, Michael Noss, I would say he specializes in back testing. I don't do any back testing at all. So you might want to, I can give you his email. He doesn't mind. You have to explain to him exactly what you're looking for, though. Okay. And he might be able to help you. Well, guys, happy weekend if you took the PGY. I don't know what else I can say. And it's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I think even Zach said it wasn't shortable for him. So, or if it is now, it's probably pretty onerous to short it. So there's not a lot of downward pressure from shorts being available. 30 cents. Okay, I thought maybe you said one other stock earlier today. Maybe it wasn't PGY. It was not even shortable for you at center point, but well, yeah, it's not a matter of paying for it blue collar. I mean, if we don't have the data points, we don't have them. Okay, so that wouldn't be the issue. But it doesn't hurt to email him, tell him exactly what you're looking for, and see what he says. Ah, great. A couple of posts from our YouTube room. Jamie and Dave said they did pretty well on the PGY. I mean, look, 17%, 18%. I mean, look. Here we thought pick was going to be the maybe the last of the day. It just so happens I did my video on PGY today, so I don't know what's next, Dave. I really don't know what's next, but let's see if something out of the blue comes into this with a big percent. I mean, look at Grove right now, GROV as an example. Wow, look at Grove right now. The high of the day was 547. It's not a crazy low float, but Grove is sort of interesting. But my bias looking at it, 518. 518 is the next high looking left. So, it kind of prevents me from taking it. But, so that's why I probably won't take it. But look at the volume that came into Grove, GROV. Again, I would not see this until in the old days, 3 weeks ago, unless it took out that 544 high. I would not see it. So if you're into pullbacks and things like that, the race is excellent for it. The race scan is excellent for that. Now remember, what's happening? It's looking at a top list, any top list that you select. So it happens to be looking at this one. And when you look at a top list, I have it sorted on the, I'll sort it on the change from the open. Okay. So yeah, PGY, I guarantee that PGY at $11 was up the most from the open also. But unless I stare at this, and in this particular case, I know it's moving, but unless I stare at this, so what I've sorted on the change from the open, PGY 142% above the open, HKD 6, but I really can't tell if it's moving unless I stare at the price, stare at this. Why do that? Number one. Something else though could be moving way down here. Look at Grove. I mean, I'm not saying it's way down here, but something else in this list could be really starting to move. I would never know. Never, 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 never know. Now, the race, that's what it does. If something is moving in this top list that I've got, I will know about it. Okay, now that doesn't absolutely mean just because something is moving, you take the trade. Of course not. But boy, oh boy, I mean, this is really identifying. If you want stocks that are moving, this really helps to identify it. And then you just have to watch this window all day long. I don't know how much easier it can get. Easy in terms of focus. I'm not trying to say trading is easy, but easy in terms of focus. And yes, I am, as I can pronounce that, proselytizing. I'm preaching this. So the red mist, what that means is like Bayos as an example. Let's take a look at it. What that means is that look at that topping tail. So Bayos at one point was right up here and then it pulled right back, and that will be the red mist that you see. That's what I was actually trying to say, is that could set up maybe a short for you. Something that tried to move and then it pulled right back. Check to see what it looks like. But that's what the red mist is. You see something that, there's the EVX, EVEX. It was moving higher, but now it's pulling back. That's what that red mist means. So just, you see something that, I mean, if you see something that was screaming higher, then all of a sudden a big red mist, I would click on it and see, okay, is that a capitulation top? maybe it turns into an interesting short idea. Okay, JJ or JK? FFIE. No. Let me explain why. See, FFIE, it's down from the open or from the close yesterday. So all these stocks here, even though I am looking for the biggest gainers from the open, I do want them to be positive for the day. Okay. So I have my filter in the top list that I'm using here. Stocks have to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close. FFIE is not. Okay, so that's why now there's nothing, Aja, there's nothing you have to do to get the red mist. You just have to watch to see if it happens. Okay. Now, in a version for you guys, or sorry, in an upcoming version, I can do this right now. This is a development version. If you can see my screen, you'll see something that says add/edit symbols. This allows you now to actually put some other stocks in here. Okay, so for instance, if you wanted FFI, even though because it's not going to meet the filter requirements, but if you want, you can add it. Okay, you can add stocks that you might want, maybe stocks that are below the open or below the close, but that might be bouncing. Okay, so I could add, but again, this is a new feature that's not available yet. So if I add FFIE, I close it. Okay, so now FFIE has been added to the list. That's why AEHR, but it's not doing anything, and Rhythm is not doing anything. They're below the open or below the close, sorry. Now I have to make sure that this will actually show. I'm not 100% sure, but we'll see. We'll see because FFIE usually is a stock that kind of has some movement in it. But you know, FFIE, there's the open, right? $2. I'm sorry, there's the open, 280. Wow, guys, PGY. I still have some. I mean, you know, I had to take some out because with what's happening. But man, oh man, wow! Look, I'm sorry. I thought SMR was at 13 something now, but it's still at 12.92. That's sort of my next one that I might want to take a look at. You know, Dan used to pop into the trading room years and years ago, and his whole thing was, "What more do you want, people?" But I don't know what more you want to be able to identify something like PGY, watch it all day, and you know that break of 11 was pretty key for me. No, you can't add symbols yet. Blue collar. That's in an upcoming version. Okay, you can't add symbols yet, unless you can see add/edit symbols right beside down here. But I don't think you. I think that's in a version only I have right now. So to rank Poe, and please go to the guide, okay? What I'm saying, you may forget. So go to the guide, it's all there. But in order to rank, if you right click on the window, um, where it says show all winners. So if you're just starting out, I'm sorry, not show all winners. Yeah, show all winners, yes. That's wrong. I've got to start from scratch, okay? So if you start from scratch and you launch the race, and then I right click on this window, show top 10 winners. Once you do it once, then that'll happen all that, you know, you only have to do it once. And then you know, on Monday, can't wait for Monday. On Monday, when the race starts again, racing starts again. It'll rank the winners 1 through 10 with the one that won the most on top. Okay. Please go to the guide. Go to my education section. Go to the guide. Check on the TI stock races. You're gonna like not just you, Paul, but others are gonna forget what I'm saying. It's all there. And again, if you want to run races, scan races, racing scans, whatever. I'd like to come up with a something I can patent. But you can run on any top list window. So for instance, some of you may, you may not like this. That's fine. You may have a list of companies that you want to follow and you want to run races on those companies. You can do it. Okay? If that's what you want to do. A breather. So here's SVRE. What is it doing? I mean, this was another super active one. But again, I'm going to look left and I'm going to see 294. It's at 269 now. Okay. I mean, that's, I guess, look, if I could take this stock at 269 and I knew it would get to 294, I could sell it, I'd take it in a heartbeat. I mean, that's not a bad percentage move. If it can get through 294, can you see the possibilities? I mean, look at the next high looking left is 417. It's not a crazy low float, 44,000 in the float or 44 million in the float. Actually, I'm wrong. If that is right, there's only 44,000 in the float. I that's highly suspect, but I could do this all day, guys. I mean, you know, this has made this has made really moderating a trading room very exciting again. You can have some real downtimes in any trading room at all because the market's doing something. Maybe it's stagnant. You've got scans that are set up that won't find things or very. But I'm telling you, the racing is not all day necessarily, but certain period. I don't mean there's certain periods like from 1 to 2 or 3 to 4, but all of a sudden, out of nowhere, something can happen. Yeah, the SMR. I mean, this is more of a wild card. Okay, I still have an alert, a price alert. Now, here's the other thing. I never used to. I never used to show my price alerts window. Okay, now the only reason I'm doing this, and you'll notice, I actually have two of them. They're both the same, so it's basically duplicates because what I used to say is, minimize your window, minimize your price alerts window. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Let's put an alert here. An alert underneath for SMR and show you what I'm talking about. No, maybe do PGY. That is definitely moving. Okay, you see how this PGI popped up on my screen here? So it is exactly the same, okay? There's no way to vary it. I sort of asked for a way in which you can maybe name your price alerts, maybe swing trading alerts, but anyway, I digress. So you don't have to have your price alerts window up and running all the time. The only reason I'm doing this is because I really want to hammer the point home that in conjunction with the races, use your price alerts. Okay, and I'll explain why. Okay, there's the SMR. It just so if I'd had this minimized, if I had that window minimized, it would have popped up on my screen. So for those of you who don't have a lot of screen space, it's not necessary to have this window up and running the whole time and staring at it. Okay, just minimize it. Okay, just minimize it. But I'm trying to show you how you can use the price alerts window in conjunction with the racing. Because for instance, the PGY, I used it for an 11 break as an example. Okay, let's take a look at staff. Oh, this is maybe a good example. Staff. Let's just say, and I've got a price alert here. So I put a price alert. We saw staff early on in the day, but it pulled back. And I thought, well, okay, what if it takes out this 385 level? Okay. So you just set a price alert. So you follow these stocks, and that ENVB, yeah, is starting to rip here. I saw that one. Yeah, this is. I was actually interested in this one, but the spread was awful. And yeah, don't ask me. And that float, I mean, I don't know if that is correct. I actually saw this one right about here, right about here, and I was watching. It was just breaking out of over 9, but the spread was awful. But look, I mean, and the reason I was interested is because look left, 1174, and now it's starting to win a race. It's leading a race. 1194 is the next high, but it's too late for me now. Okay, it's just too late for me. Well, I'd have no more thoughts about it. I mean, in terms of Benzinga, we have a short float of 4%. That's what our provider is showing. Benzinga is showing 200%. Okay. I mean, the only thought is I wish I'd put my price alert back in on that 930 break. But that float is very low. Whether it is truly 860,000 shares, whatever it is, it's going to be low. And you could go to 10 different websites and probably find 10 different float informations on it. Very difficult sometimes to get float information on these very, very well, the cheap ones that have not many shares outstanding because they do reverse splits left and right. And it's very difficult to find, what you guys would consider the true float information. Again, go to 10 different websites. Now, somebody said, "Hey, I guess if you go to the SEC filings and, maybe that'll tell, but I don't have time for that." Yeah, I mean, it's just, it's naked shorting, whatever you want to call it. You can see stuff like that is over 100% in theory illegal, but so there's another one showing at more like ours at 4%. Thank you, Eagle Guy. I think I had that one thumbnailed at one point. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Interesting. Well, it looks like this is about right then. That's yeah. Okay, let's. I want to do the float for PGH. I wonder what it says. I mean, look at this. So here's what that site says for PGH. I mean, not available for Yahoo, FinViz. I mean, they do say 137 million in Ameritrade. Nothing at Morningstar, nothing at Wall Street Journal. As an example, is it? Can this be expanded? No. So that's why. I mean, sometimes it's really hard for some of these smaller ones to get the true float information. Yeah, I don't think I had that one thumbnail. That's a. I'm going to save that one. Pick isn't over. It's not over. Look at this. Just made another new high. And ENVB just took out. It just took out. Sorry, just took out the high. Sorry, just took out the high now. I mean, I'm kicking myself a little because I saw this one right at $9 earlier. I thought, yeah, interesting. It was an awful spread, but look at it now. I should not be on mute. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so Nikki answered. Yeah, I'm not on mute. Yeah, this is shortable. Yeah, wow, 5,000 shares at Interactive Brokers shortable, but for ENVB. Look at this HKD. I mean, this is not easy. As somebody said, the spread is awful, but it's about $1 spread. But does it matter if it's going to add on $5? I mean, I'm not saying that's going to happen, but wow. I mean, pretty boring Friday afternoon, right, guys? I mean, you can see, so Larry is talking about GOSS. Well, I mean, there's a bunch of highs at around that 1250, 1260 level. So argument to be made that if it can take that out at some point, the relative volume is not great. It's trading less than normal. What does it go with? I'm not sure. It's a farm out, so I mean, I'm not sure. EGY, it ain't over till it's over. I mean, it's amazing. I've taken some off, guys. I'm not stupid. I'm not going to, watch it drop $4 on me. All right, for you GME watchers, it's coming off the bottom here. Before you gasp and say, well, my goodness, what happened to GME? They did a 1-for-4 forward split. Sorry, forward split. So if you multiply that by 4, that's what it was. Well, actually, it closed yesterday at 153.47. So the equivalent would be 38.36 based on the close of yesterday, 38.36. So it's you can see it's $2 below. But there are people that are going to be buying this thing. And I'm actually considering taking just a little bit, and just seeing what it might. I don't mean right now. This would be in sort of a Oh, well, if it goes to 0, it won't kill me account. Oof, 2 o'clock, guys. So, questions? Okay, guys, test drive, test drive, test drive. You guys want to partake in all this who are not subscribers right now? Well, let me get the information for you, okay? It'll explain what it's all about. Yeah, just give me a moment. I've got to create a link here. Here we go. So let's see if this works. Okay. Okay, just give me a moment. I just have to now add it to my list of stocks that or information that I hand out. Just give me a moment. Give me a moment. Sorry, guys, trying to do this on the fly. Okay, I just want to test again and make sure this link works. Yes. Okay. So what I did was I put the test drive link in. Okay, so the test drive is going to start, I believe. Well, let's see if it actually. I think it's August 15th. Let me just close down some of these things. August 15th to the 29th, okay? So what does it mean? It means you'll have access to the full package for the full premium service, except no auto trading at all, okay? No auto trading. If that's what you want to use it for, if that's what you want to test, no, you can't do it. You can do it in the simulator, I think, practice, in the simulator, but certainly no live auto trading, okay? In fact, I'm just going to make a blanket statement, no auto trading at all, okay? But you'll have access to everything else, as if you were a premium subscriber. So you will have access to the AI. If you want to trade around the AI, that's fine. Okay. You don't hear me talking about the AI too much because of the race. But anyway, so for $11.11, you'll have 10 trading days. It's from the 15th to the 19th, 15th to the 29th. Now, if you cannot make it for those days, it's not like you get 2 weeks from whenever you start. Just want to make that crystal clear. It runs from the 15th to the 29th. And if you can only start on the 16th, you'll get 9 days. Okay. If you can start on the 17th, you'll get 8 days. If you can't go all the way to the 29th, so it's set up for these specific dates, and that's it. So if you ever wanted to try us out, now, if you sign up now, what you're doing is you're pre-registering. You got to read what it says. You're not getting any data until the 15th. That is a Monday. You'll actually, though, be able to start using the program about an hour after market closes on the Friday. So what's that? That'd be the 12th. So about an hour after the market closes on the 12th, you can actually start using the program, downloading it. You can create your own scans if you want. You can take a look at the stuff. Obviously, there's no data coming in, but at least why we do it that way is that you can at least over the weekend for the balance of Friday plus Saturday and Sunday, you can get an idea about what you're seeing, and then Monday morning, you start getting live data at 4 a.m. Eastern time. Okay. Well, if Real is saying that, yeah, yeah. And the other thing is about the test drive. When the test drive is over, it's over. I know I like to always say this because, hey, listen, I know people are very skeptical about things like this, not just from, our company, but, they hear these offers and they, oh yeah, right, they're going to put me into a subscription when it's over. No, 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 no. Okay. When it's over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. When it's over, yeah, we'll have a nice little promo code you can use if you want to take out a subscription. But when it's over, it's over. We don't put you into a subscription. Okay. Well, of course, Zach's list is an alert window. So the races do not work on alert windows. So I'd have to turn it into a top list window, I guess, real. So you turn them into top lists. Okay. Yeah, and thank you for saying that, William. I mean, do we ever screw up as a company? Sometimes, yes, but I mean, if you contact us, there's no dispute. There's zero dispute. I mean, if somebody says, "Hey, you build me," and I don't have the, I mean, that doesn't happen very often, but you build me, or I don't want it. I just accidentally subscribed. It's a day ago. Can you help me? Yeah, we're not. There's no problem. Okay, guys. Well, I am. No, what did it do? HKD. Huh. Can I? Can you hear me banging my head against my desk? Can you hear me? That's what I was saying, guys, with the HKD, and it's just halted now. Okay. The fact that the spread was about a buck, a dollar, and I jokingly said it won't matter if it pops $5. Well, it popped 17 or $13. Yeah. So what the other thing we're doing now, William, though, we do send out an email. Somebody has an annual subscription, and we send out an email. I don't know if it's a week or 2 weeks or a month before, saying, "Hey, you have an annual that's coming up." A lot of people just don't read the email. They just it gets lost, or maybe it goes to spam or something like that. And so, yeah, we will automatically charge. But if somebody says, "Hey, I didn't authorize this," or whatever, we'll just reverse it. Okay. We want people to want our program. Okay, stock for you, stock NG. What I want to do though also is to direct you to my home page. Give me a moment. The question was about docking, okay? I will show you one as an example because there are actually a couple that I want to dock right now for me. But please go to the home page, my home page. Just give me a moment. And when you click on my home page, go to the education section. Click here, education section. Okay. Click on the user guide and scroll down until you see docking. Where are you? Docking. Okay. So there's a whole nice section in the guide about docking. Okay. So that's number one. So you'll have a reference. Okay. You'll have a reference. If my screen isn't refreshing, then you better do a refresh. Okay. Because unless people say that my screen isn't refreshing, like you should see HKD on the screen and as my symbol. You might have to do a refresh. And so if you're not seeing that, then you have to make sure that you can see my screen. If it's not refreshing, then you might have to do a refresh within the trading room. I think there's a refresh button somewhere. Oh, okay. So let me change a symbol though. PGY. Do you see PGY now? Yeah, HKD is halted, yes. Okay, so you now see my screen. Okay, let me show you, because I actually took these out and I pre-floated them. I'm going to dock these three windows, sort of holdovers from my old alerts. Okay, don't get too many alerts though. Okay, so I'm gonna put these three windows into a dock window. Now I'm gonna move them off because I want to start off. So first thing I do, I click on New and Docked Window. Okay, and I'm going to give it a name. And I'm going to call it, because you give everyone a name. And I would like to start off my dock windows with docked, because you'll see that when you do a search for things, you can see all your docked windows right at the top if you're looking for a docked window. So I like to start it off with dock or docked, and I'm going to call this one the basic new, whoops, new eyes, bows, revised, okay? Because there's a reason I'm doing this, but that's a personal thing, okay? Okay, so I've called that doc basic new highs, lows revised. You can name it whatever you want, of course. I would start it off with doc though, because I'll show you how you can search on it. So here it is. Okay. Now I want to get rid of, I don't need the instructions, so I'm going to, okay. So here's my window. Here it is. Oops, shoot. Don't want to. So here it is. Nothing in it. Nothing in it. I'm going to put this one in it first. Basic new highs and lows. So I right click and I find it and it says duplicate into doc basic new highs, lows revised. That's the name I gave it. So I'm going to click on it and you can see there it is. Okay, there's the tab. I'm going to do this one. The basic new highs don't repeat. Right click, duplicate into the doc basic new highs, lows revised. Again, this is my name, right? I mean, obviously you have a different name. There it is as a tab. And last, right click, duplicate into doc basic new highs, lows revised. So here they are. Here they are as tabs. So I could click on these just as a tab. Most people though, what you want is to have them, to be able to see them. So here's the trick. Nothing in this one, but that's okay. Here's the trick. So you grab the header and you drag it. And you see what happens is you see this little, these north, south, east, west. So if I click on the down, now it's going to show, now it's going to be below. If I click on this one, when I say click, left click and now drag it. Okay, and I wait for the icon to pop up and now I can put it to the side. Okay, if I'm happy where it is, you know, the way I've arranged it, I'll answer your question just a second, real. Okay, if I'm happy the way I've arranged it, or maybe I want this for whatever reason, maybe I want it to the side of this one. Okay, just gets a little bit getting used to. Okay. And say some, it takes a little bit getting used to, okay? And I have to now, okay? It's a matter of just a little bit of practice, but that's the basis of it, okay? But go to the guide and it'll have it all there for you. Now what I want to do, don't repeat, where do I want to put this? Okay, so this is what I want to do. I want to arrange it like this. Okay, and now I'm going to shrink it, of course. And listen, docking is not necessary, okay? But I'm going over this. I just show you how I did it. And now you save it. Always save your work. Right click, save or share to cloud, okay? And see, there's the name. I'm going to save it. So now it's saved. It's in the cloud. Now I'm going to put this on my other window or my other monitor. Okay, now I can get rid of the individual ones as they were floating. And this is what I was saying. If you wanted to find something, if I click on File, Load from Cloud, now I do a search and I type in dock, see all my dock windows, anything I've ever done with docking. Okay, that's why I like to start it off with dock. Okay. Okay, guys. So now, to answer Real's question, yeah. So if you go to my home page, if you go to my home page, and of course, you know the drill. Click on my link. Go to the scan section, my scan section. Click on the scan section, and there's the race. So that's the race you see. If now I understand you probably don't see my screen. So yes, I am sharing what everybody else who sees my screen sees. They see this, well, the race that I'm giving to you. So it's called race. So again, I forget. You don't see my screen because you've got all your stuff. So I do get that. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, you can put anything you want. You can have up to 5 in the channel bar. Okay. I don't often do it. So if I click on new and then dock channel bar, again, I think you have to go to the docking also because I believe it's all covered in this. So if you see what I'm doing, so for me to add something, you can put 5 of them, in addition to the other channels that we've got. So you would click up here where it says new channel, right click, and edit custom channels, add a channel. Again, I'm going through this, but I expect that you go to the guide if you can't remember all this. Add a channel. And now here's where you can select from cloud. Okay, select from cloud. And that's why I was saying save that doc or anything else. Select from cloud. Now you can do the search. Okay, and when you find it, you highlight it, select it, and then I'm not going to do it. And then it'll be up there. It'll be one of the ones, it'll be, if you can see my screen, then you apply it, and then it'll be one of the ones up here. You can have 5 of your own. But go to the guide, it's all covered in the guide also. So the answer to your question is yes. Oh, um, when you share a particular race, do you provide the link for the race or the top list or both? Oh, I see. No, the race has the top list in it. I'm sorry. Yeah, the race has the top list in it. You can't see my screen, but I mean, you always start the race from the top list window, whatever one you want, and then you right click, launch the real-time race, and then go through the exercise of how many minutes and what do you want to race it on, et cetera, et cetera. And then once you've done that, the race, then that top list is attached to that race. So when I share a link, when I share a race link, that top list is attached to it. Hopefully I've read that question correctly now. And to see the top list, yeah, to see the top list in the race that you've got running, you just right click and open top list, and you'll see the top list. Yeah, so I would share the race because if you share the top list, then somebody's going to have to launch the race from it, which is fine. All right, let's see what it looks like. So not too many in it. So I think that something's going on here, guys. What record count did you use, Ariel, if you know what I'm talking about? What was your max record count that you used? So when you go to right click on that time frame and set record count, what did you have? Because it says the max record count is 25. And the reason I asked that, it doesn't appear I can change the record count, which ticks me off, within the race. In other words, this is what I was trying to do with something else. Open the top list. Okay. Whoops. So here's the top list that you had. And so if I wanted to go to the time frame, set record count, and I wanted 100, okay, watch what happens. I'm going to get a lot more symbols, right? 100. But it doesn't seem to change it. So what I want to now see, I want to do I'm going to do the race. I'm going to start it from scratch. Change from the open, Delta, replace car, show company logos, auto run, show top 10 winners. Because now we'll see if that makes a big difference. No, 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 no. Yeah, you see, I have a feeling that, and I have to ask the guys if even if you say you want 100, that it's defaulting to 25, and you don't have the ability. I don't need the top list link. No. Yeah, there's something going on here, guys, because it seems to only be defaulting to 25 symbols, and I have to find out why they're doing that. I don't know if they're thinking that it's overloading the system if you have more than 25. I need a real answer on that. Give me a moment, okay? It may be something that I'm not aware of, but let me just, I'm going to ask Brad this question. Yeah, okay, but take a look at, okay, when you right click and you on your race reel and open the top list, how many symbols do you see? And click on that time frame and set record count. It's gone down to 25. Okay, if you are not on a later version of Trade ID, you have to have the beta, okay, real? Because that gives you the option to show the race setup. If you don't have something that says show company logos, you have to have our latest beta when you set up the race. Again, you can't see my screen, so it's hard, but when you right click on your race and then show race setup, if you don't have an option that says show company logos, really, it was more than 100, really. It might be that in the version I'm on then, okay? It might be the development version I'm on that it's kicking back. Hmm. Because I'm on a development version and it's possible that they want to throttle back. I don't know. Okay, so if you can see my screen now, let me get rid of this. So when you right click and it'll say show race setup, and then if you don't see an option that says show company logo, then that means you have to have the latest beta from our homepage, okay? And I don't know if you're using replace cars, and I'm assuming you're using auto rerun. Meanwhile, TRHC is just going crazy. So it's possible that in the development version that I'm on, that's happening, that it is limiting it to 25 symbols, which I don't like. But that doesn't, how can that make sense though, Pepe? I mean, maybe you're right. I mean, maybe I have to change it to 100, but I should be able to start, I should be able to do this time frame, set record count, put it to 100. Okay. So here it is. And then I should be able to launch my race. Unless it's something from within. Okay. But that, you don't mean there, said. Okay, I'm gonna start this again. This is great. This is good for me too. So I start my race. Okay, so I don't care the 10 race lanes, that's fine. 4 minutes. Change from the open. Delta, replace cars, auto run, open the top list. I've opened the top list, there it is. Well, maybe you're right, maybe, I mean, that doesn't make sense to me, but okay. Now I'm gonna launch the race. Okay, now I'm gonna go back, open top list. Well, you're a genius. If it doesn't make sense, you should have to do that. It really doesn't make sense, but okay. Thank you. Well, let's see if that works for, but I guess it all depends on what you have as a top list, but I can send it to you, but this is Reels, okay? So basically what the Delta does is it'll show you the stock as the biggest change. It'll be showing you the biggest change like Delta, and it'll be moving up and up and up. It'll show you the biggest change at the top. So that's why you use Delta. I cannot figure out any way to use any other, all these other ones show the race setup. And you do have, well, you can sort on other values. I cannot figure out any reason to use anything other than Delta. Not the way I'm using it anyway. But this is how I adjusted it. But you may have to take your top list, Denver, and put a default in of at least 100 symbols if that's what you want. Yeah, there's got to be a reason. There's got to be some, maybe there's some magic in using something else, but I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. You too, William. I just missed the fact that you're taking off now. Now, the other thing is not having too many, and it may be just my system. Okay, I mean, not my computer. My computer certainly has the speed, power, and all that, but not to have too many races open. There's a lot of stuff happening, lots and lots of stuff happening in here, and so the server, can really start to bog down if you have a lot of races running. I'll keep reels up, this gap up and reverse, see what sort of alerts I get from it. But I don't want to run into, oh, okay, here's a race I created, and another one, and another one, and another one, and start having like 10 races. Probably the system would just crash. Now, I've said this before, but we are changing our technology. We are changing our technology so that things will run a lot smoother than even right now. I mean, right now it's a little herky jerky, things kind of moving in a herky jerky fashion. And I'm told, though, this will have to be really smooth. I mean, it's still not bad. I mean, it's certainly usable. Yeah, so the race, well, the delta, I mean, it's just showing you, for instance, 11.61%. This is the biggest change, right? That's why I would want to see. Okay, I want to see the biggest change at the top. That's why you use delta as the sort. It's sorting, it's going to automatically sort, so you see the biggest change at the top. Okay, when the race is over, and this is a 4-minute race, another race will start. And you see, for instance, PGY. If I sort on the change from the open, this is still the top one. Okay, it's 138% from the open, but I can't tell by looking at this if PGY is moving. I can't tell. I can't tell if really I see pick up here. I see that it's moving. Now another race will start. Something down here, like what? All of a sudden, maybe it starts to move, and it starts to move. It starts to move ahead on the leaderboard. Okay. That's the whole beauty of the races. You have a top list of symbols that you're interested in following, but there's no way you can follow 100 symbols, right? You can't do it. So now the races allows you to scan, and it's showing you stocks that might be moving up in your top list. And it's all real time. Okay, all real time. And then the way I've organized it is that I want to see the stocks that have won the most races right on the top. So number one, 21 races, PGY ran today or won today. HKD, 11 races it won. PIK, 9. So what this will do for me for Monday, there's no guarantee. I want to follow these stocks on Monday just to see if there's any sort of continuation. But saving that, can I'm preaching this over and over again. Can you not see what a wonderful top list this makes, or watch list it makes? Just following these active stocks all day long, never minding anything else. Yeah, well, it was a struggle. But I'll say this about Dan. He had the vision of this. Yeah, you still use the collaborate. Yes. Real. He had the vision of this months and months and months ago, okay? And there was not one person who liked it. Not one person. And we thought it was hokey, like Real said, these the clunky race cars. But people were getting a little hung up on the appearance of it. I mean, I didn't care so much that it was race cars. I mean, I like it much better. The fact that now you have the stock symbol and all, I like it better. But I wasn't going to, say, well, because it has race cars, I don't want to use it. I just couldn't figure out a way to use it. And the reason is that I wasn't thinking of the right top list to use. And when I finally figure out that it was the biggest gainers from the open percent and had a sort on it and doing all that, boom, that that is what got me rolling on it 3 weeks ago. This is my third week, almost exclusively using it. But the biggest convert is Michael Noss. Michael Noss, I thought he was going to get fired. I thought he was going to get fired. To be honest, the things he was saying about it and how crazy and stupid and worthless and useless it was. 2 days ago, he literally wrote a letter, internal letter, saying, and Michael won't mind, and you can talk to this about him on Tuesday when he's in the YouTube room. He said, "I'm eating humble pie. I am now completely understanding." Does he maybe he'd like it set up a little bit differently, but the concept of using a top list and finding winners from the top list as we're moving up through the top list, boy, and he was the last. Well, guys, I'm done. Or am I? I don't know if I'm done, but sure makes the days exciting. I mean, and look at the market. The market has been, since what time? 11 o'clock. Okay, since 11 o'clock, it's been in a steady decline. Nas is down 280, Dow's down 260, SPY's down 55. Do we care? Look at these races. So if you only want to go long things, we've always kind of preached that you should, if you don't want to short, it's hard to help. But the races are now showing you that you can still go long, even in a market that is just tanking almost. Today, tanking. It's not tanking, but but I read this morning that the wheat basket is being opened up. Denver. I read something this morning about it when my this little thing I get from I can't remember what service I've got. It's free, but kind of gives me a little snapshot of what's happening. And I think they talked about wheat the supplies are coming back or something, so that might be the reason. So guys, I'm just going to put my homepage link in, okay? Take a look at it, save it, lots of information, how to take out a subscription. All my scans are there. Water is the stock, WTER. Okay, let's take a look at the water, WTER, and see if it's, oh, ah, one of those sub $1 ones. Okay. No, I don't have my current layout to the cloud. Okay, Don. You just, in fact, well, this is it. All you need is this. This is all I'm sharing right now. I mean, and I have other scans that, I look at, but they're all on it's all on my homepage. Okay, so if you want this race, I mean, look, that's all I'm sharing right now in terms of a scan. The race, that's it. So what you're seeing, if you want this, just go to my homepage. Just go to my homepage, click on the link, and here are my scans. And there it is, race mode, biggest gainers from the open. Now, if you want Zach's bouncers and toppers, I do have that tucked away somewhere. You're going to have that one. The basic new highs and lows, but they're all individual. You can take a look at them. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. Okay, but it's not part of a giant layout. And the charts. I mean, that'll be up to you, of course. If you want my single stock window, there it is, the single stock window. What I might do for the test drive is, yeah, just create a layout like this, but I do have a couple other scans that I do look at, but really, I mean, I could get by with just doing this, just looking at this all day long, nothing else. So it's not that I don't want to save it to the cloud, but I have some other top list. I've got a lot of other things going on, and it's too much. It's just too much. Real, I had a reversal one. Okay. I actually, all I did was, in fact, the biggest losers. Okay. The biggest losers, which is just the flip of the biggest gainers. Okay. My issue is that my system was slowing down too much. Okay. So, so that is really why I'm just sticking to this one right now. My system was just slowing down too much. Yeah, in fact, I don't know what's going to happen when you start running your races at 9:30 Eastern time, because I have to. Oh, I've got a real computer. It's a real computer, and it's not. But they are telling me it's because of a lot of the things that I've got going on within Trade Ideas, and they're saying just hang tight. When we get the new server technology, this will be smooth like anything. So I don't care. I'm very content just to look at this. I'm very content. Again, weaning myself on having so many different scans up and running. And they bought me this computer 4 years ago. There you go. Your 5 and 10 day daily breakdowns. That's all you need. Yeah. I mean, this has made this so much easier for me. Yeah. Hey, listen, PGY may be starting out another, takes out that, say, 1334 mark. You never know. I'm just going to stick an alert up here. That's the high of these, some of these candles. Takes that out. It could have another launch right into the close. And who knows? Maybe it runs after the open or after the close. My goodness, if real is a convert to the races, we know we've got something. But especially Michael Noss. I'm not kidding, guys. He like he had a death wish. I don't want to work for Trade Ideas anymore. There you go. So did I. So did I. Guys, I put myself on mute there for a second. Questions, 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 questions. So much for taking the summer off. Now maybe you were taking the summer off from the room. I get that, but hard for me to believe you're just taking the summer off from trading completely. Okay. The other thing, real, I'm doing if you're still here is I'm starting to get rid of most of my thumbnail charts. I've got I had 12. I know you used to have 35 or something. I'm getting rid of most of them now. Maybe keep a couple, but I don't really need them anymore. Not if I use the not if I use the racing in conjunction with the price alerts. Yes, Martin, I still do. Okay, I still do. But again, look how many alerts I get. Hardly any, which is what I want. So I still do. I'll always have a glance at this. Yeah, I'm probably just, this is it now, right? I mean, I had about 5 or 8 more, and I'm just getting rid of them. That's one of the reasons. That's one of the reasons why. That's one of the reasons why I decided to not overload the system. I had too many. I had too many things going on. Oh, you want Martin? You want this? Yeah, I can give you. Yeah, just go to my home page. Okay, go to my home page. Click on my link. And just put the link there. Ooh, let me get rid of some of these things. Okay, so when you click on my link, okay, this is what you again, guys. You want to take out a subscription right now? Here's your promo code. Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Click on that Get Trade Ideas and you'll see all the different plans, the 4 plans we've got. Do the Let's Get Started. Here's my daily stock of the day video that I do. Okay, so for you, Martin, here are my scans. Click here. So here they are. Okay, I don't have them in a doc basis. So individually, the 10-day daily breakout, the 10-day daily breakdown. Then I have the don't repeat versions. So this is what I mean. So this is the over and over, you'll see it in this 10-day daily breakout. And this is the don't repeat version. So I only see the symbol the first time, and then I can click on the alert, see what it did from that time. That's why I do it that way. Okay, so it's your choice. So you've got the 10-day daily breakdown, the breakout, and then the don't repeat versions of both of those. Okay. Do they work in the pre-market? Yeah, I mean, as long as I'm sure you do something like I do. You just see if I have it up and running. I was trying to get rid of some things. Just a minute. Just give me a moment, Real. Okay. All right. So here's my. I loaded the wrong one. Just give me a moment. I know you want to go to the sun and fun, but just give me a moment. Okay. Ooh, something has really happened. I've done something wrong. Yikes. Hmm. Well, anyway, this is what I was trying to show you. I don't know why, but it seems to have duplicated everything, but that's okay. I can get it back. So this is what I was trying to show you. So, your pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down in top lists. Yeah, you can run races on them. I'm assuming you're using something like this. And again, you would just launch the race and, however you want to sort it. Okay. Yeah, that shouldn't have happened. It's 3:01. I'm going to stick around now because what I want to do Yeah, I'm going to get rid of everything. I'm going to close all my windows and then load my layout again. Okay, Martin, so did you get it from my homepage? Okay, let me just get this up and running. How many trades? I don't know, Cody. I mean, I can't remember how many trades I made today. The snap and the PGY a few times. There's no, maybe 4 or 5 trades a day. I don't know. Sometimes 6, sometimes 2. Okay, now I want to load the doc that I had created. This is the one. Load it. Okay, well that was okay. Yeah, I don't know what happened there before. All I tried to do was load. Hmm. But I'm on a development version, so I'm always wary of things like that happening. You too, Jamie. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. Pepe, you were a genius. You are a genius. You are a genius. Yeah, you are a genius. Okay, you're pretty smart. How's that? Hmm. That's the first time that happened to me, Price, because I tried to load something from the dock and yeah, that weirdness happened. That's the first time that has ever happened to me. Well, Martin, you're going to have to go to the guide, okay, and check the section on guide, on docking, okay, because it'll show you how to create, the dock. You start off with the dock chant or the dock window, and then you can take your individual alert windows or top list windows and put them in there. I could try to show you, but the problem is that you may forget some of the things I'm saying. And so if you click on my homepage link and go to the education section, and by the way, it's not necessary, to create a doc, but go to the user guide, and then when you see docking, click on that, and there's a great explanation about how to do it all, okay? How to start off with a dock channel or dock window, and then how to put the alert windows or top list windows or charts, whatever you want, into the dock. I really suggest you do that. really pricey. Yeah, that has not happened to me. That has not happened to me. It's the first time, as you know, and you saw what happened. Wow, look at the HKD guys. Incroyable in my best French accent. Unbelievable. This is, all right, guys. Not the entire anthem. You know, I can do a little bit to start off in French. It's listening to, of course, games from Montreal, where they do the anthem basically in French and English, but mainly French. Uh, yes, it takes guts. All right, so Cody, there's only two options really with the charts. The question is, how do I make the spy charts stay the same when I'm clicking on symbols? Right click on the chart, click on properties, and there are two options: symbol linking or not symbol linking. Okay, so I have symbol linking checked for these because I do want them to change. I have it unchecked for the spy. Yeah, I'm sure there's improvements, but you know, like, I wouldn't get too hung up. I mean, I personally, I don't see a problem seeing these. I did see a problem when I was running the reverse and the black and red, or I found that very hard to read. But I don't see a big problem with that green on black. But hey, that's just me. Maybe down the road there'll be an option, user defined options. Well, guys, I'm not saying if you guys were around right about here. This is 11:30. This is just as I was starting to think about taking my break, and there's the 11:35 15-minute candle for HKD. And I remember distinctly saying, "Well, guys, here it is at 25. This could do something crazy because of this low float situation." I said it's not for the faint of heart. Okay, and I mean, did I know it was going to do this? No, not at all. But you just have to kind of. It was a, call it. I don't know what you want to call it. Instinct, gut feel. But did I think it was going to get up to 53, double from that 25? No. Yeah, I should have just said, okay, guys, I'm now your new investment advisor. Just everybody mortgage their home, phone your banker, get as much money as you can amass in the next 5 minutes, and take HKD. Did you really, Dave? I hardly look at anything from Twitter. I know I post, my stock of the day and all that, but I really don't see comments up that often. But I'll look. I'll look today. Yeah, they suggest that strategy on Reddit, right? Well, imagine the lawsuits to me or to trade ideas. Maybe you laugh. Maybe we haven't seen one of those for a while. And I don't understand what this is. I mean, this looks like it's TD Ameritrade, Ameritrade TD, securities and commodities. Where are they out of? Yeah, well, they're in Hong Kong though, so this got nothing to do. I mean, it looks like it must have something to do with AMTD, Ameritrade, TD, but it can't. So this is out of Hong Kong. This is why I was wondering about the V-Ray earlier. I don't think it's out of Hong Kong, but no, not V-Ray. What? VRAX, sorry, VRAX, another low price IPO. And look what it did yesterday. And who knows? Next week, who knows? Look at the float. No, you cannot. When you make a change, when you save something to the cloud, it does not overwrite your previous cloud. Okay? It's been a bit of a pet peeve for me, but I've grown used to it because it dates it. So there are times, I suppose, where you might want to bring back a previous layout. If you want to do the overwrite, then you file save your layout. Okay, save layout instead of save or share to cloud, and then you'll have your layout named, and then if you say save, then it'll ask you, do you want to overwrite your layout? Exactly, Nikki. Exactly. That's why I mention it. When I say, well, I have no shorts available interactive brokers. I can't speak for every other broker, but I mean, therefore, there is no. But if en masse people are saying, yeah, I don't have shorts either, then there's no downward pressure from short selling. I mean, obviously there's going to be pressure eventually, people taking profit and all, but at least you don't have to worry about the short sellers piling in. I'm starting to feel like William or Zach. How come the market's not open tomorrow? Hey, I see it. Thank you. Thank you, Dave. Thank you, Dave. I see the tweet now. Thank you. Appreciate that. Well, saving, okay, so the question from our YouTube room is why would you save something to the cloud versus to the local, or and why would you do both? Okay. Saving everything to the cloud, number one, you can have trade ideas on as many devices as you want. You can only have trade ideas open one device at a time, but obviously I'm on a desktop computer. I have a laptop. I have a couple of tablets. Okay. So if I save things to the cloud, say I buy a new laptop, all I have to do is download trade ideas and then I just load everything I've done from the cloud. I load my layouts, I load my scans, whatever I want. Okay. That's number one. Number two, if a disaster happened, so let's say all I have is my desktop, and all of a sudden my desktop crashes on me, and it's irreparable, irreparable, and I have to get a new one. Well, it's pain, but if I've saved everything to the cloud, I can bring back all my work. Okay, if I've just saved it to my computer, I'm toast. Okay, so I do both usually. I mean, I save everything I do. I save to the cloud because I just never know what might happen. So I save every individual scan, every layout. I save it to the cloud. But at the end of the day, typically, because especially if I don't make any changes, I just save it to my computer. So hopefully that makes sense. But if I could only do one, I would save everything to the cloud. Then you're completely protected. Well, if I save this to anything I've done right now, if I made any changes, the question is how do I save changes to the cloud? Well, it'll be stamped, right? A date will appear, and so you'll know the latest version. So if I make a change right now to anything and I want to save it to the cloud, well, it's going to save it at 3:19 p.m. On July the 22nd. So I know that's the latest version. Okay. Yeah, BOAS, I'm hearing also. What a day, guys. What an incredible day. So if I make any change now, what if you want, then you can go back if you sure you don't want that previous version that you saved to the cloud, you can go ahead and delete it. I wouldn't mind it just overwriting, but there's some reason why it won't. Good grief. I mean, what the 2.5 million in the float, China stock. And I'm sure nobody says good grief anymore, but I don't care. Charlie Brown did. Or Charlie, it was good enough for me. It's better than some of the things I might want to say. So, yeah, file. So the question is, show how you really should go to the guide though, Cody. It's in there, okay? It's all in there, but I'll show you. You just if I have so I've got my late. What you see here, okay? Did I hear a little ping pop?
You
Is that
sure did.
meaning my friend Chris is there?
Indeed.
Just give me a moment, Chris, as I shut down my music for good. What a day, Chris. What a day.
You're telling me.
What a day.
I
Um,
mean, just so many things moving, just unbelievable.
how do you sell our premium service?
I,
Who needs it?
you
I'm
know,
sorry, but who needs it? I mean,
I get it. I mean,
Dan isn't
PGY,
listening.
multiple entries on that. TLBT, PIK,
Look at HKD.
TRHC.
Look at
Which one?
HKD. HKD.
HKD?
HKD. HKD.
HKD. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
How did I miss
Oh
that?
my
You
goodness.
know what it is? My price. Jesus. Wow. Holy cow. My price filters, that's what probably kept it off.
Well, I don't have it at 50 either at the beginning,
I
but
probably have it before it crossed 30 somewhere.
okay.
I'd have to go back through and look at all the because once it crossed 30, then I wouldn't be getting it anymore. So just unbelievable.
Let me
Just
just answer
unbelievable.
Cody, okay? Cody
Oh
asked me
yeah.
a question about how to save something to the cloud. Okay, so Cody, what you see, the screen I'm sharing, monitor I'm sharing, you see all this, but yes, I do have other things on my other monitor, okay? So if I want to save it to the cloud, everything to the cloud, the entire layout, and you just file, okay, save or share to cloud, and then where it says entire, click on entire, give it a name if you want, another name if you want, and then save it. And that's it. But you really should go to the guide because it is all covered there, but that's how you do it. And if I didn't explain that well enough, my friend Chris will do it.
I'll do my darndest. Let me
Do your
I'll go
darndest.
ahead and swap the screens on us. I figured I'll get you out a little extra
Yeah,
early.
okay, thank you, thank you. But boy, I've been talking. Usually I take a break at 3, like put myself on mute, but it's been way too exciting.
It really has been. I mean, what do you even say for today?
Mhm.
Quiet summer Friday, right?
Yeah, right, right. And also, Chris, I mean, look at the market. I mean, the market is, I mean, it's had a little bit of a rally in the last 40 minutes or so,
Yeah.
but basically it's been down all day and yet he's racing and all I'm doing is racing on winners. Who cares? Who cares
No,
what the market's doing?
that's exactly it. And I mean, look, is every day as good as today? No, but you probably get three similar days a week to what we
Yes,
saw today. I
yes.
mean, do you really? I mean, if you have good risk management, do you really need anything more than that? I don't.
I don't.
So
I don't. I don't know how
just
we're going
just
to sell premium.
yeah, I don't either
Honestly,
unless
don't.
we make
Unless
a
something
racing premium.
dramatically changes.
Yeah. So
All right, my friend, I'll let you go. Have a great weekend.
you as well, and I will catch you on Monday, sir.
You will.
All
Okay, I'll
right.
put
Take care,
myself on
Barry.
mute, make sure I don't talk over you. So, mute.
So happy Friday, everybody. I jumped in a little early. Um, two reasons. One, get Barry out of here early because, he does this all week long. And I have to imagine his vocal cords are tired. Two, also, around that 4:15 area of time for me, I can see you guys all start to drop out. I think Friday will be even more so than normally. So perhaps if you all go radio silent and dead on me at that around 4:20 or so, I will cut out of here and finish up my other tasks and make my official 4:30 exit today. So, anyways, with that said, what a day! That's all there is to it. What a day! What a day! What a day! I don't know what's moving now. So you got this VB, is that actually moving? Oh yeah, I mean look at this move right here. Again, this has been on here. There we go. 9 winners on that now. What an explosion off of there. All right. PGY all day, multiple shots at entering that. TBLT, what an explosion there that was. Let's see, PIK, another one here. And again, it goes back to, are all of them easy? No, what we do isn't easy though. That's all there is to it. So, but I mean, PGY, that's a pretty chart, whether you're looking at 5-minute charts early on or you're looking at 10-minute charts. I mean, that's a pretty chart on that opening range there, the first hour, really, almost hour, first 40, 45, 50 minutes anyways. Really kind of starts to become a textbook off here, off that 5-minute move right there, that explosion. TBLT, I mean, this was really nice here. I caught it. I saw it on this pullback. I saw it on this candle here, and on that pullback, when it came down and touched that 8 EMA, I took an entry down here. And then when it made this move up here, I said, well, that's, you know, I can't ask for much more, $7.30 to $8. And I closed out. Of course, you know, it did keep going, but, you know, follow the plan and all those things like that. So, you know, kind of another textbook shot there. I didn't even see this because after that TL BT trade, I said, that's it for me for the week. I had a good week. I'm done. I didn't even see this here, but on this 9 break, again, you know, what we do easy? No. But again, you know, watching this 8 EMA here, and we get this break above 9 again, and it had been just really obeying this 15-minute 8 EMA. I just exploded off of there. You know, again, I don't know. This racing thing is just something. Dave W. Chartster, is that your Twitter handle? I'm curious if you're the Chartster I see on Twitter once in a while. And always giving a shout out to trade ideas there. So halt it again. Just lower the price and have one you know, that would kind of be ideal. Very interesting. All right, Dave. All right. Very cool. Load up your own symbols to the AI. You know, stuff like that may be coming. They're doing a lot of work behind the scenes on the AI. I don't know what will or will not be released at what point, but there's a lot of stuff going on there. That's for sure. Just typing a message back to Stephanie. Her and I are trying to organize a few things for some onboarding processes and some things like that. We're trying to, you know, simplify things for new users. Nos coaxing me out of my king mode. Michael's good like that. Michael is good like that. So no, you got some quality stuff. I see that you're always putting out there for Twitter content. So, you know, love that stuff. Love that stuff. Powerful tool, Twitter. It still boggles my mind that the stock is worth so little. All right, let's see. Kano. That's an interesting looking chart right there. That's really interesting. All right, so someone will say, Chris, why is that interesting? We've got this bottom that came in here months ago. We never really took that out again. So we have this base that's continued to build. We're up above this level here. Nice liquid stock. Gap up. We've held that gap through the days. It could be a nice, strong close. And, you know, who knows? We got a level, got this box of a level up here to look at above it. So that might be interesting for a closing trade here. I'm not going to be taking it. You want to see it with, that's a terrible line. If you want to see it really take this level out with a gusto. But look at that volume candle. Look at this volume candle. So very interesting. Very interesting. Always interesting to put a name and face to some of the Anon accounts on Twitter as well. I considered having gone Anon myself at one point, but I was like, that's not who I am. I'm loud. I'm a very animated person in real life. speaking of Michael, and got him really on board now with the races. He's been day trading all week. He still doesn't like the winners column on it. He doesn't care for that, but we got him to come around on the racing for sure. Got him to come around on the racing big time. Oh wow, sorry, just catching up on some stuff. So for anybody that hangs in the other side, the other room with Barry and knows Real, Real was like a lot of other people, just didn't get the races, and apparently today he has come around on the races too. So it looks like the dominoes are falling. So that's it. What do you see? You're looking at pick PIK. Oh yeah, that's jumped right up on my races here. Look at that. What a move. I mean, look at up 71% today. Surge. Another one. That's light volume though. Spread is kind of blah on that. That's what, again, as always, what I mean by spread. Here's the spread through IBs. Time and sales. Not thrilled to see a spread like that with only just under 400,000 shares traded. But it is what it is, and some people will be more than happy with that. I mean, that's a strong daily chart right there. You got this consolidation and just a bust right out of it afterwards. Well, that's a terrible. Let me redo that. Is looking at that here, you can see where it came down and banged around this level down here a whole bunch and just really exploded off of that. I want to be able to auto trade the winner if win 2 or more races. That would be cool. Who knows what it's a big focus of everything we're doing right now. I can tell you that the races, and the more dominoes fall, the harder it'll be pushed internally on the dev side for a lot of that stuff. So, the issue with auto trading is this. You need a catalyst. What's the catalyst that says, bang, get me into the trade? That's that. Pick my charts of 2 PIK probably. I've got 16. I've got 16 mil traded on the day here for pick PIK. So sorry, there's a whole bunch of internal chatter going on because with Michael really coming around on the races, it's kind of funny at this point. We're also, we're working to do some more simplified things too. So, anyways, that's that. BGFV Sporting Goods. This thing can really boogie. This has had some big explosive days here. Just want to scroll back a little bit to show some of these things here that have happened. So, while it's in a massive downtrend, looking at day trades here, does need more volume than that. But the spread is good. I mean, 1 penny spread. You can't argue that. You're not getting a better spread than that. Yeah, Peter, I was talking about TBLT today. Early, I was talking about it when I first came in. I came on early a little bit ago there, Peter. 37 after the hour. But yeah, PBLT. I mean, just outstanding. Just really outstanding. Want to see this here? So yeah, TBLT is on the races all day long. That like I said, I was comparing the other day. This scan versus what I gave you guys. So look, HKD on here, all 44 wins. PGY 22 wins. Look at the top 3 winners. Now look at the top 4 winners on the scan that I've shared with everybody here. Look at the top 5 winners. I look at the top 6 winners. Some of them, some of them better than others, obviously, in here. But all day long on these races here, here's another one. And for good measure, one more. So this is that Bollinger Band scan. Could this probably be improved a little more? Maybe. I don't know. But I mean, let's see, up 176%, up 137%, up 33%, only 33%, almost 34%, up only 6%, only 25%. Again, I don't know. What was the Enough Said? What was that from? It was from some show or movie. Enough Said. Yeah, that's right. You're right, Peter. That's right. We said that yesterday. I mean, come on. It just, it feels good though. It feels good to have these winners, and again, having the winners is great. Having a plan to trade them is the next step of the key though. But something like we'll take TBLT for example. If you were to, for example, on, let's say, you're looking here and you say, all right, a close above on this 15-minute candle, a move above that candle right here with the stop at the low of this candle works really low when you move into the next candle or even into this candle. I'm talking about common kind of risk management type of stop sets and things like that. Or if you were using a 10 SMA or an 8 EMA on a 15-minute chart today, that kept you in for a long time today as it, continually held that. There's no right way to do it or to set these risk management parameters. You got to figure, it becomes kind of air quotes when I say this, what talks to you, is it an SMA? Is it an EMA? Is it a Bollinger Band? Is it pivot lines? Is it a break above a certain candle? Those are the things that individuals have to experiment with. But, you couple some scans that are really pointing you at what's winning, what's moving, what's really happening, and you couple those with some risk management, and next thing you know, you're really setting yourself up. So I just got to say, I really have to say again, look at, this simple Bollinger Band scan race. I mean, look at the winners in that. I'm gonna take a screenshot of this here. Just outstanding stuff. So, anyways, just wow, $62 now, breaking up above 60. My God, my God, my God, my God. And that makes what PGY did today like seem like nothing at this point. Well, 150 to 200%. I guess I guess not nothing, but when you're looking at the price change. Oops, I didn't have the chat up here for a minute. All right, I didn't miss anything new. So, all right, that's that. Bear market. Bear market, bear market, bear market. Yeah, so bear market is what I was going to refer to. Talked about it at nauseum this week. This line is a huge freaking deal. Huge deal. All right. Zoom out this 15-minute chart to continue to show why this line is a huge freaking deal. Right. Look at that all the way to back here. Right. But not just look at that all the way to back here. Look at it all the way back here. All right. But if that's not good enough for you, look at it in a 60-minute chart now. All right. But we can zoom in on the 60 a bit. All right. Look at that day there. And we come up, can't do it. Come up, can't do it. Come up, can't do it. Come up, struggle, get through, back over, back through, back over. All right. Again, for my efficient market hypothesis fans, I just want an explanation on that. How does your efficient market hypothesis explain that? Just curious. Send me an email. Just unreal. So, but my point being here is bear market. If anybody watched Michael Moss this morning on Trader TV, first off, if you missed it, you really missed out. Sorry, I just want to share the scan Steve was asking here. Yeah, Trader TV's on YouTube. Let me find a link for them. Michael does. Michael does Friday at 8:45 usually. I mean, sometimes he's on at 8:43 Eastern times. Sometimes on at 8:43. Sometimes he's on at 8:48. But 8:45 is supposed to be a slot. So that's them there, Trader TV. They're some good guys there. Some really good guys and girls. Here, but back to this here. So big deal. All right. Well, like I said, while we broke this downtrend, we need to get some closes with some conviction above this. We broke that downtrend on declining volume, and the volume is even lighter today. And at this rate, I don't know that this 60-minute candle is not going to take out the prior 60-minute candle for volume. It doesn't look like. Maybe it will. I don't know. I'm not confident that it's going to, though. And so, this stuff really matters. When we're quote unquote rallying in a bull market or in a bear market. Let me go back to my 15-minute chart. So again, this stuff matters a lot. And I imagine the cues, same thing here. It's going to be a big deal, that line, but it's going to hold. It's going to close above it. So, and this is, the volume is kind of even on this. So tech has some healthier or some more constructive stuff going on than the overall market, I would say. But, not going to help your case when this is weighing on ARKK. But look, overall, you got this kind of move up through here right now with it. So, we'll see. We'll see. All kind of big deal stuff right now. So there's that. SURG, yeah. I mean, we said that even though it was light volume, we said that back here, and it's, made a nice move off that $6. BBIO, same thing. Rev, showing back up to the party here. Interesting how this is all closing down right now. TBLT took out that 8 and whipped right back down again. This thing is all over the place. Look at the time and sales on this thing. It's a tough trader right now. Really jumping. The spread isn't bad, but it's, jumping all over the place. Very volatile. What a day, what a week. PGY. So this one's kind of going dormant here on us coming into the close. Trying to hold this level here. And I mean, that spread just keeps jumping up massive too. I mean, that went from, it opened up a 20-cent spread a moment ago back to 14 cents now. I mean, you can see the volume here is not quite what it was on that 1 minute there. No, it's not just you. Bear market, bear markets are super, super, super tough. You can survive a bear market. You can survive anything. And this is not like the last two bear markets that we had. The last two bear markets, one was in the end of 2018, and that was kind of a Fed-induced bear market where the Fed said they were going to tighten and raise rates and all those things. And then all of a sudden the market had a hissy fit and they said, we're just kidding. We'll just keep pumping stimulus nonstop because that's what we do. And then the market went on to, all-time highs, I think, late that winter, early that spring again, rallied around. We can, I can show this here and illustrate this well on this chart. Let me go to a weekly chart. I'll have to SPY. And I just want to compare the bear markets for you. SPY. So that's here. That's this bear market that happened here. And then, yeah, we went back to all-time highs early spring. Early-ish spring. All right. But we can see, look at all those weeks just green in a row after the Fed came in and said, "We are just kidding, everybody. We're not really going to do all those things we said. Ha ha. Love me. My name's Jerome Powell." And then the market went on to do that. And so that was a very short-lived bear market. And then we had this bear market here for the COVID crash that, almost instantly recovered. I mean, really, what a V recovery that was. And so while technically the bear market didn't start till, I don't know, what was it? Drawn tool, giving me a hard time. Somewhere in here. So we've only really been in the bear market for a few weeks, I guess. It remains a bear market until. But yeah, really tough. They're really tough. That's all there is to it. So we'll see. And you look at the difference between this bear market here, where we're chopping this way since it went into a bear market, versus here we just catapulted up, and then same thing here. Really just catapulted off of that. And we've not got a catapult at this point. Look at the difference in those candles, those weekly candles that are there. So this is stuff that beats people up, and this is why I consistently say, cookies on the table, take them. Don't wait around. And I know there's going to be times you're going to close a trade and be like, I shouldn't have closed that trade. I should have let my winner run, and so on and so forth. But those times are going to be less than the times where you said, I should have closed that trade. I let a winner turn to a loser, or I gave back a good portion of my winnings and things like that. In bull markets, it's a lot easier to let things run. It's just the way it is. Like I always say, rising tide lifts all boats. And it's much more fun, much easier, all those things like that. And there's no knocking winners in bear markets. I mean, you notch out those wins when you can, and the bigger that you can get them, who cares what the market conditions are? There's going to be all those people that are haters. Oh, well, you're only doing good because it's a bull market. Well, so, but I did well. Why should I not be happy about that? I practice good risk management. That's all. Carvana. I don't know. The thing's in a massive downtrend. I don't get their business model. CDNA, right? I just think it's a day trading vehicle. No pun intended on that, actually. But I mean, look at this downtrend. As far as I can tell, it has support at 0 for a long-term play. But the thing is massive liquidity. It's gonna probably hit 10 million shares trade, and that's even under its normal volume. So easy ins, easy outs, very liquid stock, nice spread on it here that we can see, penny spread. So, these things make it a good day trading vehicle. I think, someone looking at it here can say, we had this big move up and then couldn't get through here, double topped on the, yesterday and today. And as soon as these averages got a hold of it, that was it. They kept it suppressed the whole day. You got a slight move up above it and slammed right back under them again. So day trading vehicle, just, be on the right side of it for a day trading vehicle. That's what I leave it at. As far as a swing trade, I wouldn't touch this with anybody's money. On the next trend, I think what you're going to find, as long as we continue these bear market conditions, you're going to find the baton passed to just one sector. So for a long time, it was energy was the sector this year. And underneath, if you've been looking at market breadth underneath, we really had a lot of bear market conditions, even though the market didn't technically hit a bear market until, a month plus ago. But, underneath there was a lot of bear market conditions before that. So, and the sector leads were becoming small. There's fewer sectors leading the market along as we went along. So again, if we look at, the XLE, LE, that was a big leader for most of the year here. Here's the beginning of the year. A nice move up all through that till it kind of gave it up here. You can also see that mirrored in the XOP. All right, and the what else? The IYE. Yeah, the IYE. So those three, they're all the same kind of sector, more than less. And so we can see that was the real bright spot, because if we go down this list here, if we look at regional, look at regional banking, that came undone at the beginning of the year and had been kind of strong at the end of last year. If we look at lithium batteries, that came undone just before the beginning of the year, and that had been a leader. Let's scroll back a little bit. Had been a leader through 2021. If we look at materials, they've been sideways for a long time, and then just came undone. So there's no leadership there. Home builders, it kind of had a long sideways period, and then made a nice move at the end of last year, and then came undone. So there hasn't been any real market leaders for a long time, with the exception of energy. Now, the only real bright spot we've seen lately is going to be the XBI, which is bios, and the IBB. And they're only a slight bright spot, for the last few weeks. XBI right there, and the IBB is going to look very similar. Again, very similar. So the question is, do they hold up for a little while, or does someone else come in and take their place? And keep in mind, the leaders are not going to look like, as we move further into a bear market, the leaders are not going to look like energy did. That was the energy, that was the leader for the year, right? Everything else has been in a downtrend. So it's going to look more, you're going to find more things that are quote unquote leaders look more and more like the XBI. And they're going to be short-lived, and then it'll pass the baton to something else. Where's it? B-Dry. For a little while here, you had B-Dry with the shippers, had an okay move here, came back, tested this level, had another couple of weeks, moved up like that. They've given it up since. So you're going to see more of this and less of this going on as far as leaders go. As far as sectors go, any insight? No, I don't have any insight. I wish I did. But they'll come out of nowhere. It'll be something that comes out of nowhere. Who would have predicted that the bios would be the ones right now? Maybe we get SMH. Maybe we start to see a big bounce in them. We've had a nice bounce over a few weeks now, actually, in the SMH. Maybe they can drag a little further up. Doesn't seem unreasonable. Is that it? I don't know, but it might be one we want to look at. TAN, there had been some green shoots in this for solar. Again, I'm looking at this kind of move here, that symmetrical triangle. So maybe there as well. We'll see. That's what I would, I'd keep an eye on the sector lists, and, at the end of each day, as part of your quote unquote homework, or your real work actually, is go through these and take a look. I think it's unlikely that gold or precious metals does anything. For now, I don't know about lithium. You got a real problem with cars in the sense that EVs are super expensive. Number one. Number two, we're in a recession. I don't care what anybody says. We're absolutely in a recession. We've been in a recession since, I think, the end of February. So people are going to buy less anyways. Then you have a supply chain issue with cars for everything about cars, including the semiconductor chips that are used in building cars and in the computers in those. So, one leads, it's a domino effect of all of them kind of crushing each other in that sense. So I wouldn't look to lithium. Doesn't mean it can't happen, just not necessarily looking to them. High fuel prices, travel is going to be down, domestic and international, and you're seeing that reflected here. So you just have this kind of perfect storm for things to keep everything kind of down where they are until all these issues self-resolve. How do they self-resolve? Will they self-resolve by all of a sudden people start spending less, traveling less? So that will, start to bring a supply balance to energy. Surmising that countries don't continue to just shut off energy sources nonstop like they have been doing. If you have that happen, there's absolutely nothing that you can do, and it'll continue to self-fulfill a worsening recession in that sense. Like that. I don't think you look to something like uranium to lead the market. I don't think that's ever going to happen. I think you can find uranium stocks that are going to have their days or weeks and things like that, but I don't think uranium's ever leading this market currently. I'm not saying it can't ever do it. I just don't think that the conditions exist at this moment, as the debate on nuclear energy continues to be persistent. Utilities, we might find utilities come back again. That might be somewhere we want to look again. So these are some of the quote unquote brighter areas to look at. Real estate, I don't think we'll see real estate be a leader for a while. And again, any of this could happen. You never know. And sorry, any thoughts on next trend? Yeah, so we're discussing that. We watch SURG into the close. It's a nice move that it made there. Jock, can you please show the configure of the Bollinger Band race to make sure I'm up to date? Yeah, of course. Bring that up here. So this is the one that I shared with everybody, that I've been sharing with everybody, and was absolute fire today. So here's the configure. The window specific filters are stocked between $4 and $100. You might want to lower this to 2. You know what? I'm going to do that as a matter of fact. Let's lower it to 2. And we're going to reshare this out. So hold on one second. I'm going to give everybody this reshared. Let's save to the cloud, save and share, copy, paste. So there we go on that again. There we go. And I just want to delete the old one here. I like to keep my cloud clean. All right, there we go. So that's gone. There we go. All right, so back to the setup. I wanted to go over the setup anyways, just to show how simple this really is. So stocks between $2 and $100. They got to be 80% above the lower Bollinger Band. Traded 250,000 shares on the day, and I put a 15 in for the 5-minute volume, and that's just to get rid of anything that's not trading currently. So just in case we have something that made like a big move up on a couple of like big orders and then isn't trading for the rest of the day, I don't want to see stuff like that, and that's why. And then the sort, change from open, and then we're racing on the change from open on a delta value as well. And I'm running it as 3-minute races. I like to look at a lot of 15-minute charts. So that means 5 races per 15-minute candle, essentially. And that's, kind of become my logic. That was not my original logic behind the 3-minute time frame. I settled on 3 minutes arbitrarily. I kind of stuck with it, and I've been looking at 15-minute charts a lot more than I used to. And so that's kind of where I am with all this. And so that's all that in a nutshell. Let's close that down. And I can see we're starting to fade a little bit here on attendees, as I predicted. Friday, I can't blame anybody. AMTD, oh my goodness. Holy mackerel. Holy cow. Holy cow. Just wow. I don't even have words anymore. 140% up. It was just that it was up probably 160% a minute ago, not even a minute ago. Yeah, I don't know. On EVs, I have no real comment on them. Some people that I know are quote unquote gearheads or whatever you want to call them. They say that the engines of EVs are great because they have less working parts and combustion and stuff like that. It's just the issue that a lot of it's newer tech, so it's more expensive, tougher to replace in that sense, and things like that. So I think it's a give and take with it. I have no personal opinion on them. If you like them, great. If you don't like them, also great. I don't, progress, technology, sometimes it's great. Sometimes it's great for a little bit. Sometimes it takes a while to become great. So, but yes, it'll be interesting to see where Tesla's, curious, the early Tesla adopters, where they are now and how they feel about it, things like that. So, as always, we get a front row seat to all this stuff, which is pretty cool, I think. So that's kind of all that in a nutshell here. Another explosion. Do I move this to be $1 on my scans now instead? I didn't normally like trading stuff at these levels, but I also didn't really much care for day trading. And all of a sudden it's like, how can I not? I'm just having these setups so clearly pointed out to me, just nonstop. So that's all that, man. I'm at a loss at this point for words. I was teasing Barry because he's the one that pointed out that chart to me just a moment ago. I said, "When Lambo?" Just a joke, but I don't know. I hope this lasts forever. That's all I can say, I guess. If there's any other questions, I see the numbers continue to dwindle as people move out. I can't blame you, Friday and all that stuff. So, let me know. If there's some individual questions or anything that you want to come in here. Not everything that comes, especially early, is going to be great. Had this here. I thought, if we can get a 5 break, and then I caught these moving averages, and I thought it was going to push up. It just never really got back into it. So that's why, look at some of these winners, how late in the day you could have got into some of them, PIK, didn't need to get that early. ENVB, you did not need to get that early in the day. You didn't even have a chance to get it early in the day. HKD, I won 4 races before it got too expensive to be on this list. You did not need to get in this early in the day, like not even at all, a little bit. I don't know. No reason to trade the open where it's so much harder and you're fighting with the algos and all those things like that. This was an early one. Again, here, this was something I was early and I set a price alert for it. Never did anything for the rest of the day. Faded the whole day. It was a great fade the whole day. TH, right? Made this big move early in the morning. Faded the rest of the day. So seeing some of the real early movers were actually the losers on the day. Right now, you had a few exceptions. B hat, but this didn't even move that early. Look at this. We moved 45 minutes after the open. We had a very nice move here. Percentage wise, it was a great move that happened from here to here. Didn't need to be on it early. TBLT, right? The big move came an hour into the open today, right? Didn't have to fight with those early high frequency trading algos and all that garbage and all that. Didn't need to fight with any of that stuff for that right here. Yeah, I don't know. What a move. Just wow. 155% right now. I'm just doing some prep work here.
Ladies and gentlemen,
All right, you're going radio silent on me, all of you. All right, let's take a look here. A few more things. So what I want to note here is this on the SPY. All right, we closed up above that 393 level. The sellers definitely tried to take it down. We could see on the smaller caps, the new lows were really outpacing those new highs, even though new highs were trying. And then we had a complete reversal on the larger cap stocks here. So it was our large caps that really were able to get the job done on a positive close for this week. So, positive weekly candle. We definitely faded hard for the day. So we'll see. It sets up a real battle for the bulls and the bulls and the bears next week, and front row seat and all those things like that. And while I've begun to really focus on these races, I still like the bigger picture of things. I still want to get back to putting swing positions on while I'm day trading. Double-edged sword, cut them from both sides. And so I remain hopeful, that the bulls can eke out some small wins and discourage these bears. We'll see what happens. For all I know, next week, we open down below this. We know it's possible. I mean, look at these big gaps that we've seen here coming down. So be hopeful, be cautious. I think that's a really, really big takeaway. No, just load the one that I had, and you can close it. You can close it manually yourself if it's open. If the old one opens as part of your layout, just swap it out. That's all, and close it manually. Yeah, I think there's a lot of more. I think you're right, Doodle. That there's more these big moves later in the day, for whatever reason. Not sure why, but not all of them. Not You got this thing here. This was interesting. Freaking crazy move out of nowhere, and just for the rest of the day. And just something to highlight. Not every day is going to be like today with these scans, but there are a number of days each week where there are some just really unbelievable moves in some of these scans, these races. It just takes a couple of good days each week with good risk management to make a good living. That's all there is to it. So don't rush. There's always another one coming the next day or within the next day or two. Snap. We didn't talk about Snap. I tried to see if we'd catch a bounce in that today. That was not happening. That was woof, man. Single digits for Snap. Been a while since it's been there. My God. My God. Whoops. Anybody that was betting on it in the into earnings yesterday. That's why, earnings are a fickle thing. Move that back out of the way. All right, well, I think that will do it for me today, as we've gone pretty radio silent. I don't think there's a whole lot else to cover. We've covered we're in a bear market. We went over a few sectors, talked about where to look for some possible leaders. Covered these scans and the good portion of the market at nauseum at this point. I think it's time for people to start getting to the weekend, right? So things I want to end with, like I like to end on Fridays. Right now, again, it's a bear market. Cookies are on the table, take it. I know there's going to be times where you're going to say, I should have let that winner run, but compare the times you cut the trade as a winner and it turned to a loser or gave back a lot of those gains versus the times where it went on to keep being a winner. If it looks like, your risk management, your trading style has you cutting too early, that's kind of a part of journaling, and then begin to let things ride. If not, I think a big part of that will be because we're in a bear market, and you continue to evaluate those things moving forward. If when, not if, but when we move out of this bear market, and how that relates to the positions you're putting on and how you're managing those positions like that. Get outside, get a walk in, get a run in, get a jog in, get a crawl in, roll down a hill or something, whatever you got to do. Get away from the screens for a little bit. Get away from your mother, your brother, your sister, your cousin, your wife, your husband, your boyfriend, your girlfriend, your dog friend, your whatever it is. Get a little me time, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes. Help get your head straight. Journal, super important. Journal your trades. Journal, your life if you can. I think people really discount how big of a deal that is. Whether you write it out, you type it out, voice record it out, any of those things, reflect on it now and again, maybe at the end of a month, go through a few pages that you recently wrote, something, or, listen to a few things that you were spitting out. This stuff helps keep our head straight, because what we do is so mentally taxing. I always say, people think what we do is easy. We sit in front of the screen, we click a bunch of buttons. There is that. Much more to it, much harder than that. And, so give yourself a break in that sense. And it's really important how well we take care of our mental health. So we can't be healthy for ourselves. We can't be healthy for anybody else. So, I know it sounds like a lot of psychology stuff, but there's a lot of psychology involved in trading, swing trading, day trading, position trading, whatever you're doing, whatever you want to do, whatever you're trying to do. It is hard. That's all there is to it. And if you can't take care of that mental health, you got no hope for the rest of it. So, get to that weekend, folks. Enjoy it. Get out there. Have fun. And we will catch you back here on Monday. I believe, as far as I know, next week goes to a normal schedule. I'll be here Monday at noon and Friday at 3:30. And Monday at 3:30. And then the rest of the week at 3:30. We start to move into the week after, coming up on vacation time. So, all right. Thanks, everybody. Have a great weekend. Thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. And we will catch you on the flip side. Take care.